Okay, oh, I'm gonna have to delete this. Sorry. It's just not running. Sometimes I get it, sometimes it just won't load. Just give me a second, one more try. I'm just gonna put on. Hmm, which one? I think I'll do this one. Sometimes Rumble works, and other times I forget what I'm doing.
Torn apart, unraveled at the seams. I think it rooted in the way I breathe. And I get drunk on a boy who asks me if I'm up. Tells me he can't understand his luck. To know me, to love me, to hold me, show up. I'll be your empathetic, so you can pull me up, I'll meet you later. You can praise me for the way I always know just what to say. I'll carve into your ribs and leave you crying for a kiss just for kicks. Cause nothing says she hates me, and I don't think that I hate me. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze, and nothing overtakes me. And I think I'm going crazy. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. I met a boy who never knew the taste of hate. Damn, the whole world is a stage. Well, I am 50 shades of beige. Sometimes I think, is this the way I'm supposed to be? Was I just built differently? Or is there something wrong with me? Cause there's a circuit in my chest and connected from the rest of my mind. And it's the spot where my words are getting caught. And I try to walk it out from my brain. It's hard to thought disconnecting my mind from my thoughts. Nothing says she hates me, and I don't think that I hate me. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine. Nothing overtakes me, and I think I'm going crazy. But bad or good seems nothing could take away this tasteless haze of mine.
And good afternoon. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. I hope everyone is happy this Friday. I'm not too happy. I'm so, oh boy, my hand still really hurts. It's an alien invasion art. Yes, I can. I'm actually working on one. I wow, you like I am working on one, but it's and I did do one. It was more a matrixy one, but you it is in the process. I have been actually working on one with that kind of theme, and either today or tomorrow I ran across an article on CTV, which I know it's the Evil Empire, one of them, but just about some crazy lights that pilots have seen over the prairies. Like, you look at it, it is almost out of the X Files. So, you know, we live in a different time now. I'm gonna pull up my block. Oh shoot! I didn't want to start today's, but we're gonna start today's. I can always go back to yesterday's because there was a few articles in there I actually wanted to like go through, but I think that one I just like, it was like an 8-hour stream, almost 9 hours, and I was like, I didn't even get through my whole blog. It was just so much. It was just, I overdid it with that one. Sometimes I do. Like, sometimes I forget, like, I only have so much time. I wish I could do this all the time. Okay. I should switch. Oh, no, that was the wrong one. Come on, Crypta. You got this. And I don't know what it was even playing at the end of my stream. I was like, I sometimes think I stream just so I can like nap. I know it sounds bad, but it's like I just don't sleep well. Not at all. Not at all at all at all. And it is Groundhog Day. Yay. Again.
He didn't see his shadow, so spring is going to be coming early, and you notice the groundhog was not dropped.
Please don't drop the ground. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. Oh no.
Well, things started normally in Val d'Espoir, dancing.
It should almost be a new tradition.
Waiting for Fred La Marmotte, but very slowly it became clear something wasn't quite right. Confirmed when Fred's handler took the money.
Je vous annonce la mort de Fred.
Fred was dead.
He says
I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, and hopefully if you not, you will wake up in a new day tomorrow and you won't have to relive this one. That movie was, because it was such a simple, sweet movie, and it became so iconic. And it was, Bill Murray did so well in it, Andy McDowell, and the whole Cher reference, like, oh my god, I gotta like say this. No, that's not the right screen. There we go. A few years ago, Andy McDowell was like working out at the gym, and Cher walked in to work out on Groundhog Day. Oh my god, that's like biblical almost. Yes, I can. I can do some. It's just, and I actually, my next piece is sort of themed like that, but I can't pick music for it. And apparently my Rumble is not going, so I'm going to have another empty stream of like, because otherwise I would have the little icon for a StreamYard. And
well, this was controlling.
I've been answering your question. You answer mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your question. I've asked you 2 questions. Should Hamas stay in power, and are there terror groups?
This is an hour. I might come back to this one just because I have other ones. Oh my god. Yeah. See, here it is.
So can you imagine being a pilot and coming across something like this?
Like formation, lights real bright, left and right, really high.
So pilots from Air Canada, pilots from Flair, listen.
Direction, and then come back.
Yeah, so Air Canada pilots, Flair pilots, and Morningstar
Somewhere on
Aerospace pilots
Jupiter,
saw
there's
these
parents
strange
like,
triangular groups of
I don't
reports
know where
flying above
those
the prairies
kids
on several
are.
flights
They
across
better
the
not
country.
be up
The
into
pilots
trouble.
told air
They know
traffic
they're
control
supposed to be home.
that the lights were too high up to be fighter
Oh
jets.
God, they better
were too
not be
oddly
stalking Earth again.
to be satellites. So, what exactly could they be? Joining us for more on these cosmic claims is Dan Riskin, CTV science and technology expert. Dan, welcome to the show.
Well, I'm so excited to be here. I feel like I'm on X-Files. This is exciting.
Isn't it exciting? So we have a recording of the pilots in the air trying to make sense of what they're seeing.
When X-Files came out,
this.
this footage wouldn't even be released. Now it's like, oh yeah, we have aliens, no big deal. like okay.
Starlink doesn't flash.
So they're talking. Do you think this is Starlink? No, Starlink doesn't flash. So these aren't conspiracy
theories. No,
theorists
Starlink doesn't
talking,
look like
that.
Starlink looks freaky when you see it, but it doesn't. It's not that.
How significant do you think it is that these pros are kind of at a loss? They don't know what they're looking at.
I mean, I think you have to investigate these things. You have to look into it. It's really easy to land on one side or the other and say, well, one, there are aliens. The government knows this. They've been keeping it a secret for a long time. There's that camp, the Mulder camp. And then there's the Scully camp, which is, until I get proof, I'm just not going to believe anything. And those two sides can be united if we all get an agreement that we just want to look at the data and see what the data show and just have an open mind about it. So the problem right now is that there is not a really clear way for these kinds of sightings to be cataloged or organized. And if somebody sees something, there's no instruction about what data need to be collected. It would be very helpful to know exactly where you are, what you're seeing, to have a recording of it, to know which direction the recording is coming from, just in case somebody else is seeing it at the same time from another plane, so that then you can triangulate exactly where it's happening and get a better estimate of altitude, for example. So what needs to change is the way that all of this reporting happens. But these kinds of sightings have, they've gone back as long as there have been humans. We've always seen things in the sky that we've tried to explain. And that may be because there have always been aliens, or maybe because there have never been aliens and we just don't know at this stage.
Okay, I need to know what you think. What do you saw this, you heard them talking. What do you make of this?
I mean, I have a hard time believing that there are aliens that are visiting us, floating just out of sight and not making themselves more known. I think ultimately these things can all probably be explained, but that's a hypothesis and it needs to be tested. And I am open to the idea that I'm wrong. And so what I want to see is a change in the relationship between the data, the government, and the people that are collecting these data. So for example, if you look at the way that the birding world has changed in the last couple decades, it used to be that people saw birds when they were working for the government. They wrote it in a book somewhere and it stayed in a shelf. And if you wanted to know what the bird data said, you had to ask the government for it. Now everything is online. If I see a bird, I take a picture of it, I put it onto eBird, and everybody who's interested in birds can see my data. Sure. That kind of open science approach for UFOs would be a game changer. And I think we're moving in that direction. But if these pilots were just reporting it into a database where everybody had access, I think there would be a lot less willingness for people to say, oh, there's a conspiracy cover-up, because everybody would see the data and we could all talk about them together.
A centralized service. So the federal government launched the Sky Canada project in 2022 to study how unidentified aerial phenomena claims are managed. That report's going to be published this year. What are we expecting from the results?
Yeah, I mean, so we can look forward to.
We will finally know what planet we can return Trudeau
so it's a lot of bureaucracy, but ultimately, I think.
And once again, I have more of the evil empires.
It's kind of hard to move the way the government does things, but there is precedent for a lot of different data sets to make.
Is this I mean, I hate to say it, but didn't China have balloons come over? And the way they are shaped and the way they fly is actually, you can trace historical records, going back thousands of years of people reporting seeing the same thing. So maybe they are among us.
To make them open open source and make
Either that or this
One
is
concern with
like
these
the
UFOs
Canadian
that,
military
it might be
missed
a
Chinese
military
weather
concern
balloons. Like this could
certain
be
aspects of
something.
a recording from, say, a fighter jet pilot are made.
We
where
missed
that fighter jet
fucking
could even be
balloons. Like
classified
how
information.
do you miss those?
Sometimes the data can't be shared, but for most of the time, I mean, if it's a Porter Airlines flight going over Northern Ontario and they see lights in the sky, I think every Canadian has a right to know about that and to have as much data as possible. And the person having that observation should also have very clear-cut ways to report it without being labeled as some lunatic that's, watched too much X-Files. And so hopefully the culture is going to change, and that's where I think this report hopefully is going to push things.
Listen, it is fascinating. I'm glad you're here to discuss with me. Dan Riskin, thank you. Always a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you liked this, be sure to subscribe here, or you can check out more Your Morning videos right here.
Your tax dollars goes to it anyways. You might as well watch it. Let's see what Global has. Oh boy, yay. Okay, Willie. The moment we've all been waiting for, Groundhog Day, like, is Canada going to have more spring or summer?
Oh, yay! Oh, yay! Oh, Canada!
Woohoo, Canada!
Today, from the lands of Canada's prognosticator, Wyerton Willie, he's honored, nay, he's absolutely thrilled to welcome you all to his town. Now, help us! We're his town criers. Yes, it's time to wake up Willie, if you please. As we ask God's blessings upon Canada,
wake
all
up,
together,
Willie.
let's wake up Willie! Wake up Willie! Wake up Willie!
Wake up, Willie!
Wake up, Willie! Let's hear it! There he is, everybody!
Yay, Willie!
Welcome, Wyerton Willie! Now the mayor is going to lean in. He's going to talk to Willie, going to communicate.
Get ready.
We'll just kind of watch and be quiet and listen.
Come on, Roden, you gotta perk up?
5,
Oh, wow, that was so quick.
3, 2, 1.
No shadow, which means early.
Yeah, no, they rigged it to put them out in we want spring. Like after this winter, no, we're gonna keep Willie in the shade.
We're proud to shout, no shadow he saw, no sun came out. So once again, the crier's bell did ring. Yes, Willie predicts, I repeat,
Yes.
it's an early spring!
Yes. And it definitely feels like an early spring in
Now
Victoria.
return to your
It is
homes
so
with a
beautiful
sense of
today.
great joy. Bring out the bicycles and springtime toys.
Ooh.
Now Willie will remain on the stage waiting for spring. Safe trip home, and oh yes, God save the king.
Yes, William, you will be a great king. Jackie, not so much. Just they had to let him try. Whatever.
Mr. Vice President, please place the scrolls upon the stump.
This really is like
Gentlemen,
the
are you
movie.
ready?
This is so cute. This is so damn cute.
Are you ready?
Oh my god, this is so damn cute.
It's a tradition.
It is
Before
a
we get
tradition.
Phil out, we get him fired up by chanting, Phil, 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 Phil.
Look at how big it is. Like, people... Knock, knock. Are you in there, Phil? Oh my god. I know a crossover doing an alien invasion of groundhogs, which actually fits into my artwork. And the amount of time and money it takes me to do all my animations. The next video will probably be next year. Happy Groundhog Day.
It's Punxsutawney Phil!
Yay, Phil! Sorry, I'm such a nerd, but this is awesome. Yay, Phil. Phil. No, I think I might do my hair again. It's after my stream. So next stream I'll have different hair. It'll probably be the same color as the wig I was wearing yesterday. Or this morning.
Okay, we have a decision.
A prediction has been made, Mr. President.
He must be a good man because it just or knows how to hold the sacred groundhog.
Hear ye, hear ye!
Because that's just Phil is just really like zoned out. Oh no! Now he
was awakened from his wintry nap at dawn, a gobbler's knob. Phil looked to the skies and then, speaking in groundhogese, directed the president to the proper scroll, which reads: Another winter's slumbered pause so I could meet the crowd. Hard to sleep anyway when the party's this loud. I envy your energy. I envy the fun. I envy all of you and your opposable thumbs. But it's not what I feel, it's what I see and what you hear. So gather round and let me be clear. Atmosphere is a wonderful thing, and we can create our own and the weather it brings. It brings hope for the future and so much more. Maybe some Punxsutawney Phil write-in votes in 2024. But what this weather did not provide is a shadow or reason to hide. Glad tidings on this Groundhog Day! An early spring is on the way!
Yay! I'm sorry, it's tradition. I had to show it. I'm probably going to get a strike for this, but this is like... It means so... Like, it's a tradition, and it's like we have so many events and days that are so politicized. And this one is about a rodent that predicts the weather. This is beautiful. Like, it is a beautiful tradition. Like, that one's long. I'm going to skip over that one. I can always scroll back to that. And I still have some from last, like here.
And we were there to clean up the mess, to cut taxes for the wealthiest 1%, for the wealthiest 1%, lower them for the middle class.
Isn't this like saying the quiet part out loud? Like, isn't he just admitted the World Economic Forum. Like, so he gave himself a tax break and a raise. Nice.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Wow, is he ever losing control of himself?
Isn't that hilarious that they have no idea what they're clapping about? It's just, the applause that after that comment.
Oh, Anita does. She's like, yay, yay. I can buy another yacht. And another, like, some of these people, it's pretty sickening how much corruption is going on.
So now
there's just no excuse for it.
After the big speech dumps everything out, like, that the Harper from 8 or 9 years ago now, he was cutting.
I didn't like Harper, but I miss Harper.
This is the guy This is the guy right here that's talking.
We had a good military, a good
economy in Canada. Like, you see how he's just
or
throwing everything up.
CBC wasn't like a corrupt propaganda, like,
at the end too, just because he
you know,
has no idea
dumpster fire.
He's just throwing everything to see what sticks, and everyone's clapping like a bunch of seals. They have no idea that words that come out of his mouth, because they're clapping for that he lowered the taxes for the top 1%, and they're all cheering. It doesn't matter what.
You shouldn't be cheering for that.
They all love their amazing salary. And
yeah, Anita is that little bitch. She is, of course, she is, because she's a millionaire.
Any one of those people better at all. And then
her hubby
he's crap. He's back on his phone.
Is the CEO for a mask company.
And then, there was the meeting yesterday with the CBC one.
So even though, under like, terms of conflict or all of that, like, she can't. But if your husband owns a mask company and they're forcing all these rules on you, and she fucking tanked the military. Of course she's clapping like a fucking seal, like, oh yay, 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 Prada, here I come. Fucking cunt. No, I'm sorry. That is so offensive to say about Anita, a member of parliament, because cunts are useful and beautiful. And she is just... I love this. This was a hilarious one, and it is so true. TikTok and Reddit users. Why is Toronto and Vancouver keep getting more and more unaffordable? Also them. Keep voting for you-know-what. And Robert is like, I don't know who this person is, but he was like, Reddit is a special place for special people who live special lives. And yeah, like, sometimes I'll go on it just out of morbid curiosity. Like, I kind of want to just experience the darker side of life, but I don't actually want to go downtown, to the Bay Center or 4chan. It's sort of in the middle. I would say Reddit is in the middle of crazy. There's some good stuff on there, but overall it's... And that one was removed. Okay. This is beautiful.
Like, you cannot argue that point.
Let's just rewind this because...
Some of Canada's biggest news just hit
mainstream
media. Alberta has put a ban to the whole gender ideology,
and I thought her speech
for minors. This
was
exploding. It's going viral everywhere. I'm very excited. No,
we need clear rules. We need logic.
Smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet already.
She's actually going through it in her personal life. So stepping in like a mom, like, here are laws, here are what we can do.
Now. It's called Sunshine
but we need to dial it
Adventures. But the link for this, there you go. The link for this is down in the description.
We need to stick to the laws of the land.
Comment below.
Essentially.
I'm vlogging my daily life of behind the scenes with YouTube,
nice.
Of other channels, and of like spending time with my daughter and going on adventures with my daughter. And stuff like that. So really excited. Link for that is down in the description.
And love and prayers for his dog, his poor husky.
Bundle here, which is 20% off.
I don't know. I almost want to buy these.
You have Chrystia Freeland,
just
who is the Wicked Witch of the North.
If anyone wants to do something for me, send me these. The sticker pack. I don't ask for much in life.
One link will be pinned down below.
And it goes to a good cause. He has a kid and a dog, a sick dog.
We've got the Conservatives with $1.99. Projected, and on the low end, they pretty much are projected to hit a majority government. Still 99%.
I'm probably going to be in that little 1% as a
likely to win a majority government, and only
it won't matter about the conservative. Like I don't know. Maybe it will.
Very strong for the conservative.
Just Victoria is not a conservative city.
Of Canada. And
it's going to be Liberal or NDP.
Double down and make the Conservatives even more
That's
popular.
Just how my district is.
This is a very controversial topic when it
I would
Danielle Smith has banned.
I just cannot see Conservatives getting in my riding.
changing the body via some form of
just
surgery
woke.
to minors
Too
for the
damn
whole
woke.
gender ideology shtick. And you have someone from the Liberal cabinet, Marcy. Of course, the Liberals are incredibly disappointed to see this. Alberta Danielle Smith, these policies are dangerous and intentionally restrictive. They deliberately
dangerous and intentional. Okay, I'm sorry, but like giving kids hormones and hacking off their junk, that's, and we have rules against gender affirming care in Canada. But it's funny how like we get that law in and now all of a sudden it's like, oh well, I didn't know we had that law, let's just sterilize all the kids. Like, no, these are our rules. I'm sorry. It's, if kids are disappointed, they can't like I'm sorry, if you want your 6-year-old to transition, you probably need mental help yourself. And if you think they are so equipped to deal with reality in life, then let's get them back into the workforce. Like, we had all these child labor laws to protect kids. So if a 6-year-old can determine their gender, and I know you will feel it, but sometimes it's nature versus nurture. And yes, there are obviously biological women who have funny chromosomes, or men, or women who had cancer. So you don't have a uterus, you're not a woman. No. There are only two genders. There are a multitude in the animal kingdom, but right now with Homo sapiens, there are two genders and a multitude of options and pronouns. And I'm still getting a strike on YouTube, but we need to protect kids. This isn't a bad tattoo. This isn't like you can just take back hormone therapy. And you know, if we want to allow kids to do this, then we need to reduce the age to the military because enrollment's down. And obviously, these are brilliant, brilliant children who, like, obviously know it all and should be in the military because paying taxes, let's just, let's just lower the driving age. Yeah, 6-year-olds can drive. No worries. No problem. They're smart. And they can pick up a gun for their country.
really endanger and isolate
Packs
trans
up
kids.
soapbox,
Young people should
goes
not
back
be
to
targeted
corner.
by their governments. They should be protected. And this is not very much hitting the algorithm. It's only got 157,000 views, where Danielle Smith's actual announcement, Preserving Choice for Children and Youth, has 2.6 million views. Gays Against Groomers is massive advocate account for this, almost 500,000 followers. And they say, we really love the message and plan. Well said and well done. Premier, we applaud you, which is incredible. So before we get into it, though, I kind of want to know down in the comments. I feel like I already know the answer, but I'll ask anyways. Maybe boost the video out further with a bunch of comments. Are you pro kids minors doing like gender identity and changing their bodies via surgery? Are you against it? Please let me know down below.
Speaking of rainbows,
there's like a huge, even bigger divide than politics, because the LGBTQ plus community and liberals going hand in hand with Democrats, they want kids to do this, which is concerning.
And I don't
as a parent,
dump my laptop off the
child
balcony.
and another one on the way. Right to vote, to drive.
Pause you? Pause. Okay. Let's see if I can bring this up. Big screen. Is it even going to show up? Come on. Hey. I get the best rainbows coming up. I don't know if you can see that. That is just phenomenal. Okay. I just got to get my phone so I can like take a photo of that. Sorry, give me a second. This is just amazing when I see shots like that. I'm such a nerd. Yay, thank you. And now back to our regular scheduled program. I know it's so silly, but I just see even my neighbors are excited about it. Happy Groundhog Day. Oh my god, it's a double rainbow. Oh. Okay, you plug back in. Everyone's plugged back in. Yes, we have happy devices.
By invoking or allowing minors to have that type of power over their lives. That's like saying, hey, can a 12-year-old get a tattoo? No, they can't. But can a 12-year-old do other things to their body under the guise of, the LGBTQ thing? And that's where it seems to be, yes, they can, according to the liberals. So let's take a look at what Danielle Smith has to say in this video, because this is going absolutely viral here in Canada.
Fellow Albertans, today I wish to address a very sensitive issue involving our children and gender identity. This is not always an easy conversation to have. I strongly believe that we as a society must support and reach out with kindness and inclusion to those who identify as transgender and work to eliminate the discrimination they often experience in their lives. As Premier of this province, I want every Albertan that identifies as transgender to know I care deeply about you. And I accept
we have to do this in legal ways.
As long as I leave this province, I will ensure you are supported and your rights are protected. In the case of children aged 17 and under who identify as transgender, I also want you to know that you are loved and supported as you work through your often changing emotions, feelings, and beliefs. As we all know, children and teenagers are in a constant state of biological, social, emotional, and sexual development and change. They're constantly learning about themselves, trying new things, dealing with biological changes, and trying to understand a wide range of new thoughts and feelings. It's a very complicated time. In my view, one of the greatest responsibilities we as parents, teachers, and community leaders have is to preserve for our children the right to grow and develop into mature adults so that they are better prepared to make the most impactful decisions affecting their lives. Decisions like choosing a career, a partner, raising children, their interaction with legal drugs like alcohol and cannabis, their sexual activities and preferences, and many other adult choices. It is my view that list of adult choices includes deciding whether or not to alter one's biological sex. Making permanent and irreversible decisions regarding one's biological sex while still a youth can severely limit that child's choices in the future.
That is inarguable. Like, you cannot argue that point. That's a fact. And anyone who tries to defend that saying, well, they know. Bro, how does a 12-year-old know? They can't even get a tattoo, which is ink on skin. And then you can reverse it later and have that basically like lasered off. But they can't get tattoos, but they can change their gender. Like, it's concerning. It's not coming from a place of hate. It's coming from a place of protection. Because kids they change their mind all the time, right? It's wild.
Prematurely encouraging or enabling children to alter their very biology or natural growth, no matter how well-intentioned and sincere, poses a risk to that child's future that I, as Premier, am not comfortable with permitting in our province. Similarly, the risks and unfair advantages that young women and girls are experiencing when competing with biologically stronger transgender females in sporting competitions have also grown too high. After much discussion, the government caucus and I have therefore decided to implement the following policies and guidelines as it relates to transgender minors and athletes, including additional supports to assist transgender adults to secure the healthcare they need and the counseling support for youth identifying as transgender to ensure they can successfully work their way through their complex feelings and emotions as they grow to adulthood. First, on the issue of gender reassignment treatments for minors. For minors age 17 and under, top and bottom gender reassignment surgeries will not be permitted. For children aged 18 and under, puberty blockers and hormone therapies for the purpose of gender reassignment or affirmation will also not be permitted.
Holy crap!
Who've already commenced their treatment at this time. Minors aged 16 and 17 will be permitted to commence hormone therapies for gender reassignment and affirmation purposes, so long as they are deemed mature enough to make these decisions and have parental, physician, and psychologist approval. For transgender adults, our government is currently working to attract one or more medical professionals to practice in Alberta who specialize in transgender surgery to ensure those individuals transitioning have access to an expert in Alberta to assist them with their extremely unique and complex medical needs. Rather than going to...
This is such a freaking touchy subject, man, but it's the same reason why we don't let minors drive and have other rights. Because you need to protect them, and anyone who's advocating...
Yeah, I know.
Like, you don't hear anyone advocating for a 12 or 13-year-old to drive a motor vehicle on a 4-lane highway. Like, that just doesn't make
I
any
think
sense.
This is fair.
So Alberta is taking
absolutely
a step in the
fair.
right direction by
the laws of the land are
imposing
clear
more,
in Canada.
This
is fair.
around this. It's to protect people. It's not to block people.
And
Look,
it is to protect children.
Inherently has an
It
issue
is to
with
protect
people,
parents
consenting
and
adults that want to
families.
change their gender and want to do all that stuff. Like, who cares, man?
Who cares?
You want to sleep
But
with the same
hands
sex. You
off
want
the
to chop things off and re-identify yourself. Like, kudos, man. Like, actually, kudos. That's awesome that you want to do something to be who you really are. Like, fantastic. But for kids have such a hard time making up their mind on things. You offer a kid $5,000 or $500 or an Oreo, they're going to go for the Oreo. So you can't possibly give them the ability to make life-altering decisions like that. It's fucking frightening. And if you don't understand that, you're not a parent. And if you still are under that impression that what Danielle Smith is doing is not okay, and you are a parent, I mean, I just don't see that perspective at all. It's very concerning.
Quebec, which is now the practice. We will also be building a private registry of medical professionals who specialize in this field to better support the lifelong healthcare needs of transgender Albertans, including access to needed hormones and surgery aftercare. When it comes to classroom instruction on subject matter involving gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality, we will be requiring parental notification and an opt-in requirement for each instance a teacher intends to give formal instruction on these subjects. Furthermore, all third-party resource materials or presentations related to gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality in our K-12 school system will need to be pre-approved by the Ministry of Education to ensure the materials are age-appropriate. For a minor, age 15 and under, the
that
government
solves
will
a whole lot of
parental
problems in the
notification
classroom,
and
don't it,
consent
folks?
for a school to alter the name or pronouns of a child. For 16 and 17-year-olds who choose to alter their name or pronouns, parents do not need to give consent,
let your
but they must be
kids,
notified.
schools do this
We know
to
that
kids
nearly all
anyways,
parents,
like if
even
there's
those who may
issues.
disagree with the decision of their children, they
And,
love and care for their
you
children,
know,
no matter what choices they make. However, in the handful of rare situations where one or both of the parents reject or become abusive to a child who identifies as transgender, we have child protection laws that will be strictly enforced.
Like, there you go.
The government is...
There you go. So for anyone saying that trans kids are being abused,
no,
and they're not,
no,
the parents
this
aren't
is to
respecting them,
protect
there you go. There's laws
kids
to protect
going
that as well.
forward.
Right? So
because
it's
otherwise
covering all the
we are going to
bases,
have
and this
bad
is a
situations.
phenomenal move.
We have
by,
had changes in our laws that are
also
going
designing
to...
a pilot project to provide appropriate counseling services to support parents and youth identifying as transgender to work through the unique challenges that these families face. We encourage all teachers, parents, classmates, and youth volunteers to be on the watch for any instances of bullying of youth or children for any reason.
Exactly.
So adults can assist with putting a stop to it the moment
Exactly.
it is detected.
Like,
our government also needs to deal with the emerging issue of the unfair disadvantages that young women and girls are experiencing when competing with biologically strong transgender female athletes in sporting competitions. I strongly believe that those who were born male but have transitioned to or identify as female are owed the opportunity to meaningfully participate
everyone
in sport.
is.
They're on league.
There are obvious biological realities that give transgender female athletes a massive competitive advantage over women and girls.
Like,
it is not beneficial
it's
for
not
those women,
fair.
including
Sports,
those who are transgender, for this
true
divisive
competition
and
should,
sometimes dangerous
like,
situation to continue.
Yeah, it has
That
been.
is why the Alberta government will work with sporting organizations
some of the women
active in
have
our
been
province to ensure that
severely
women and girls
injured
have the choice to compete in a women's
or
only division
traumatized. Like, this is,
and are not forced to compete against biologically stronger transgender female athletes.
Inarguable. You cannot argue that.
Exactly.
That's funny, Danielle Smith.
Finally,
you cannot
like,
argue that, bro.
And
like,
she is just so deadpan.
A biological,
like, I have
male
never
transition,
seen someone
whatever with female hormones, if you want, and you stack her up in a cage with biological women in a UFC fight or a boxing match, and the biological women will get their asses murdered, as Joe Rogan likes to say. Murdered. This is insane.
Pretty much.
This is instrumental steps moving forward to actually, like, laws to be implemented based off of logical thinking. And
there's a difference between inclusion
I hope you stick around for the full video.
exploitation.
The liberals in Canada are having an insane meltdown. Liberal politicians, Justin Trudeau's having
an
insane
they're losing
meltdown,
their shit. They are losing their shit.
Dude, it's to protect everybody. It's to protect everybody. That's why we have laws that have ages of consent. That's why you can't have a 12-year-old get behind the wheel and drive on a fucking highway, man. It's to protect everybody. The kids and the adults. It's just incredible.
This is insane. We even have to discuss this.
Also work with those same sporting organizations to ensure transgender athletes are able to meaningfully participate in a sport of their choice through the expansion of co-ed or other gender-neutral divisions for athletic competitions. I understand how controversial and divisive discussions on topics of sexuality and gender can be, especially when those conversations involve children. I would therefore ask that as we work through implementing these policies, that we, as adults in this province, do all we can to depoliticize the discussion and focus on the well-being of the children involved, whether they are
this
young
is amazing. Like this, she is just.
Or who find themselves
can she be prime minister? Can she be prime minister?
Complex and often changing emotions and feelings of being teenagers.
But I think she's just like, no. Alberta's going to be our own thing. I got bigger plans.
Becoming the person you want to be. You never have to feel alone or isolated. If you do, reach out to your parents, family members, teachers, a coach, or other trusted adults and ask for support.
And
freaking incredible. I'd like to drop some W's in the comment section for Premier Danielle Smith.
And in high school, I did have to go to the school counselor, because I broke up with a friend just sent me a text. Don't try so hard to fit in when you were born to stand out. No, in high school I did have, and we broke up. He was a really good man, but it's a tough call, because when we broke up, he wrote me we were into vampires before Twilight, or it was sort of like, the Anne Rice thing, but kids go through phases. And so when we broke up, he wrote me a letter and signed it with a heart and blood. And I took it to the school counselor, and I was like, is this something I should be worried about? And he came from a really strict religious family. They didn't like me because we were the hippie new age, let's break out the crystals and tarot cards. And he is, I actually saw his Facebook profile by accident, even though I'm not on Facebook. And he's like a top CEO now. So I'm really proud of him. But at the same time, please don't write me a note and sign it with a heart and blood. That's just. And I think too, it's scary because you feel like you're going to rat out your friends, but sometimes kids know more what's going on. Like during the pandemic, I was working with an American church, and one of the girls just got so overwhelmed because, she used to have school and ballet and be able to escape the house. And then she was forced into the position to be mom. Oh, you're home all the time. Okay, now you can take care of the kids. And the parents just basically screwed off and partied and left her to do everything. And the last I heard, her parents kicked her out of the house because she wanted to join the military. And it was I'm sorry. It was right around the time I took my exam, and I was so proud of her. But that's just mean. That's just mean. I mean, I'm obviously old, but you don't do that to a kid. And you know what? I really hope she's doing well, because it is a good career. And she was smart, really good at math, really good at, and it's security. It is you get a pension, they'll help pay for your school. I'm talking about the American military, not the Canadian one. They basically we have tampons. We don't have bullets, but we have tampons. No, I'm just so, and who knows, maybe she was, was transitioning. And if she was, it wouldn't change how I feel about her. Love is love. And she tried to kill herself, and one of her friends ratted her out to the priest. She was Catholic. And she's like, I remember that day on chat, and she was like, the cops are coming for me. And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, it's because I tried to kill myself. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, today is going to suck. It is going to be probably the worst day of your life. But it is, you know what? I've been there. Sometimes you have people, it's out of your hands. Let's just say it like that, And it's out of your hands because you are not in the right headspace to actually consider,
That's incredible. Now we're going to take a look at what the NDP, the opposition party in
this is
Alberta
insane.
is.
Oh God, the NDP in Alberta are nuts.
Including Two-Spirit and transgender youth. And let me begin by saying that to all kids,
my God, she did the whole Christina Freeland thing.
Feeling like they were being targeted
Mr. Speaker,
by their government. That you are loved, you are welcomed, you are respected, and that there are many, many Albertans who stand shoulder to shoulder with you today.
She looks like she's had the life sucked out of her.
Message, some might have heard a calm delivery, but the words themselves were cynical and cruel. Now, while we anticipated that the UCP would bring forward policies and guidelines similar to those in New Brunswick or Saskatchewan, Danielle Smith's UCP went well beyond those initiatives, expanding her attack to include the whole 2S LGBTQ plus community as well as any child at all, quite frankly, who benefits from the sex education.
This is insane that the opposition parties in Canada are having a freaking meltdown. We're going to take a look at the Liberals here that are saying they're deeply disturbed. Like, it's just insane.
Okay, like, this is disturbing. This is disturbing.
I've tried to understand.
I don't understand it. Maybe someone can explain it to me, because
transition, even like 10-year-olds.
I think Daniel Smith,
like, understand
has
it
the clearest
definition
in the law.
Logic. I cannot understand.
And I cannot
how you can take a minor who's throwing like a tantrum or saying this is how I identify, this is how it is, even if it's consistent for 6 months or a year. It's just they're kids. There's brain development, man. There's brain development, and I'm trying to be empathetic. I'm trying to understand it, but it never gets even close. Never gets even close. So let's watch some grown ass men who are liberals try and justify how this is the wrong move for children.
Daniel Smith introduced some new changes in Alberta that would make some changes to transgender kids, to sports, to policies in schools. And I want to know, I mean, the government has introduced legislation to protect trans youth in the past. Is there a role? Has your government discussed any type of action on this? Is this something that might fall into a category of withholding health funding, for example?
I'm deeply disturbed. The decision that was made by Alberta places kids at risk. We know that one of the number one reasons why kids take their life is problems around sexual identity.
Is that true? Can someone fact check in the comments that the number one reason minors unalive themselves is because it's all to do? The number one reason is gender ideology. I can't see that as being factual.
And that the ability to be who you are, is so vitally important. And I thought we were in a place in this country, we voted on C3 and we stood unanimously. I thought we were in a place in this country where we were moving past this. I think it's extremely dangerous to engage in this kind of thing, which is, I think, playing politics when you're talking about children's lives. And so affirming gender, making sure that kids and families have the health care that they need on extremely sensitive issues is so very important. So what are we going to do? I'm going to be in Alberta very soon. I'm going to be meeting with Adriana Lagrange. I've had a very strong working relationship with her.
This is like
I want to talk
something.
through these issues. I want to see if we can find a solution through talking.
No, you can't let kids go do this. You need puberty, or you get osteoporosis.
That's my first priority.
Your heart doesn't develop.
And as I say, I'll be in Alberta very soon.
I'm sorry, like this is.
That's the first step.
Interesting. It's very bizarre.
And
I think we're going
technically,
to hear about this,
16, 17. I was in university at 17. So,
it's very
what could my parents do?
Grown-ass men.
They can't helicopter over you.
It's literally to protect people. We have ages of
even though it's
I don't know how many times
younger than.
I just feel like I'm speaking into the void now. So we're going to wrap up this
video.
But I'd
very
love to know what you
good
down
legislation
of Danielle Smith's announcement for Alberta.
I wish
and how the Liberals are.
How Alberta manages their province was countrywide.
Smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't yet already, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.
Well, I can assure you that imprisoning farmers was a Liberal idea because they simply want to have grain marketing freedom. Like, how absurd is that? That's the Liberal Party for you. Now, Madam Speaker, farmers have always done more for the environment than this government would ever dream of. In fact, the Parliamentary
don't fuck with Saskatchewan farmers.
All that the carbon tax is an
and those are my cousins, so you don't fuck like.
Don't have any statistics to talk about how emissions have gone down thanks to the carbon tax, because
it's like I'm channeling my grandma right now.
Is the income redistribution scheme that the carbon tax has become. So I just want to make my final point here, Madam Speaker, that again,
9 kids.
It was farmers
9 kids.
who came up with zero-till
and would ride side saddle on a tractor.
The farming practice in and of itself. It was farmers who came up with that.
That's class.
Not this government. It's farmers who came up with the 4R principle and have been practicing their farm for the last number of decades.
Oh, and she had like
idea.
an amazing perfume collection.
Than they ever will.
Like, I remember her perfume bottles. It was like, I have a friend, Merle, who his wife died, and he keeps all her perfume bottles because he misses her so much. And he's given me a few, and it brought back those memories. Like, but yeah, Mesa, Saskatchewan, like it's Canadians are starting to just not be I don't want to use the term wake up or, any of those cliche ones, but people are starting to question and, use those critical thinking skills. And other people they will not realize until it's too late. So anyone who is doing any kind of effort like this in the House of Commons, I applaud you. Thank you for it. I'd pull up the House of Commons, but I just don't. I've done it before, and I already have my
really
script and thought about what I'm going to say.
Attention on what's going on. What's the problem with the housing market? What's the problem with immigration in
this
general?
One's long. That one's like an hour. Yeah, I'll pull that one up at the end. This was crazy, and this is beautiful footage. Oh my goodness. It's the Black Pearl. And oh my god, they have sand on there. This is amazing. Part of me thinks well, BC is bring cash, maybe look at the other coast. I've seen real estate in Nova Scotia. It's just and it's a different ocean and different tides. I just prefer the Pacific. I really have. I'm not scared of spiders, snakes, death, but there is something about the Atlantic that freaks me out. I can't explain it. It's almost like sometimes I've thought well, if I want to go to the UK, why not go from the other way around and then go back just so I'm not maybe I was Amelia Earhart in a past life, which they think they found her plane, and so they're hoping to recover it and get her maps, or whatever's left. It's kind of funny in the ocean. It'll either destroy it or preserve it, and that one is freaky. That one it's like that ghost story. I thought that was a cool one. And wow, your Klingon word of the day is hey, die. Also, see, I don't even know. Oh god, if they ever land, I'm gonna be so screwed. But this is I like pulling up Klingon. I should be pulling up other languages, but oh dear. Oh, this one, yeah.
An Alberta daycare owner there today telling CTV News why
Isn't
her
this
center was closed this morning,
All
along with
this
dozens of
cheap-
others in the province,
Yeah.
launching rolling closures in protest of the federal provincial $10
Yeah.
a day childcare program. The Association of Alberta Childcare Entrepreneurs says the structure of Canada's national program in their province is putting too much strain on operators. In a statement, the association writes in part, this program in its current state places an unsustainable strain
It
on the
is
childcare industry's
unsustainable,
ability to serve
and
Alberta families effectively.
it was
The
a
closures,
false
the statement goes on to
promise,
say,
like
symbolize a stand
everything
against
Trudeau
policies that
does.
risk creating divides among children and potentially harming their social and emotional development. In Ontario, the YMCA, which runs about 20% of official childcare spots, is asking the federal government and the province for more cash to run its subsidized programs. The minister who oversees the agreement with the provinces.
What did you think $10 a day would get you?
Minister of Families, Children, and Social Development. Hi,
And
Minister. Good
it's
to have you
all
here.
us-
Pleasure. Thanks for
like,
having me. I
this
appreciate
is-
you making the time. Have you had any conversations? Let's start in Alberta with your counterpart there about ending what is a big disruption for parents in the province.
So absolutely. And first of all, I would say my heart goes out to those parents who've had this disruption today and have the stress of having to deal with this. I think from the get-go, our goal in building this nationwide early learning and childcare system is to ensure that parents can rely on this childcare. It's high quality, it's inclusive, accessible, affordable. And, I would say that to date, we've seen remarkable progress, across the country. Every province and territory has already reduced fees by at least 50%, if not to $10 a day. So I think there is a commitment, not only that we've demonstrated by making this $30 billion investment, but also through the provinces and territories, who have also all signed on.
So let me explore a little bit about the mechanics of how that's working. And to disclose to everyone watching, I have a kid.
I gotta hand it. I actually like this reporter because she will actually go. She's had her moments where she has a spine, unlike most of the legacy media. Saying, and I got an avocado.
In one of these daycares in Ontario, I can only put myself in the shoes of the parents in Alberta today who didn't have care for their kids and know very intimately how big of a deal that would be. There seems to be some, area of gray in between the federal government's idea of how this will work and how the provinces are seeing it work. In essence, what these operators are saying is, we're not getting enough money through this to cover our costs because they have escalated. And the money we're getting to make up the difference, let's say with $10 a day or $15 a day, is only equivalent to the fees we charged back in March of 2022. Is that on the province in your view, or is there a role for the federal government to step up here as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that this has rolled out, rather simplistically, is that each province and territory has an agreement with the federal government. In the case of Alberta, as an example, it's $3.8 billion over 5 years. They have certainty what that looks like.
Crap.
Each year, they know what the payment's going to be. And it increases
okay, where's
each
this
of
money
those
coming
5 years.
from?
They know, for example, again, using Alberta as an example, the expectation is to create 60,000 new spaces.
Helping people,
so when they signed on to
holy
these agreements, they knew exactly the dollars that were coming to them and exactly what the expectations and metrics were. So from my vantage point, it's very clear. The provinces have always been funding early learning and childcare. However, they saw the value in moving forward and building this national system as well. We came to terms on an agreement and we've moved forward.
Do you concede, though, when that agreement was struck, the rate with which the cost of living has increased was not
yeah.
for you?
So this is
For example,
ridiculous.
In Ontario,
Like,
I think
this
the amount it rises each year is about 2.1%. Clearly,
like,
inflation has far outpaced that.
I actually have to hats off to CTV because I'm actually surprised they would even ask some of these questions, because usually it's just been like, oh no, we love you, Trudeau. Oh no, we love her. Like, this is like, no, this was a bad policy to begin with. And basically, I have said it before. I will say it again. If the federal government really wants and cares about kids, they would be enabling families so that one parent could stay at home to take care of the kids, or enabling, like, so the cost of living wasn't so extreme that you would need two incomes, or single moms could go back to university or be in university. It's like, this is a really disturbing policy. I never agreed with it. It looks good on surface. And yes, childcare is expensive, but you get what you pay for. And it's just, this is going to go sideways. It's already going sideways, and it just got implemented,
Care operators are saying our costs have escalated at a rate they hadn't previously. Do you concede that is possible, and that the provincial money that was in place, needs to be subsidized by more federal money?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't concede that it needs to be subsidized by more federal money. And case in point, I'll move to Ontario as
I'm
an
sorry.
example.
I'm sorry, but this chick, like, she creeps the fuck out of me. I don't know what it is about her, but like everything she says, it's like step forward. Like, I find it creepy. Like, she's endorsing, like, oh no, it's okay, we're gonna just tank the system, but we get $3.8 billion doing it.
Just raised. There's a funding agreement in place, and there are increments each year under which it increases. So you use the example of the 2.1% increase in funding to the operators that the province has offered operators. Well, I can tell you that the increase
but what is
in
the rate of
funding
inflation
over the last year to Ontario?
If that is
17%.
what they're giving them,
now it is up to the
and
province
the rate
how
of
they
inflation
manage,
is
how they fund
double
and
that.
what that funding formula looks like.
How is this
in
hard
their
math to
territory.
know?
So Ontario
I
has
don't
chosen
get it.
to increase funding by 2.1%
I
this
can't.
year.
Okay, I got
to
it.
their operator,
She's just
all the while working
the-
on a more permanent funding formula. And this is really the crux of the issue, at least here in Ontario, and I would say the same about in Alberta, is getting that funding formula right. And those provinces have not nailed that yet, if you will. It is not written in stone. So these operators don't have certainty. They can't, they can't predict exactly what this is going to look like. And as you've said, as the model currently exists, in many cases, they're not being able to recoup all those costs. And so I push back to the provinces and the operators to do the work to get that funding formula right.
So if I interpret that correctly, you're saying that the provinces should be putting more money on the table to address the needs of the operators, and that you're not willing to?
We have a 5-year term that we've currently agreed, the $30 billion. There are no additional dollars coming. To be candid, the provinces know that. And I would suggest, historically, the provinces have stepped up. And
but we gave so much to the Ukraine.
When they came to the table back in 2021 and signed the agreements, which are now in place, they did so because they also expressed a desire to create this system, to be able to offer this high quality, affordable care to families in their.
Are you fucking kidding me, lady? Like, oh my God. Like, this is gonna go so bad. It's already going bad. And she is just sitting there like, I gotta change it. I wanna, like, she's just way too annoying. And how come
David Menzies
my
for Rebel News here?
I
in
had
Peterborough,
animation
Ontario.
in here.
And folks, we are still
I'm not having
on
my
the
image.
case
Okay, I did have
Jaguar
some
Kalia.
clips
He
without
is
it.
the 22-year-old
I should have
convenience store clerk
artwork
who
soon.
earlier this month in this city encountered a would-be robber armed with a baseball bat who came into the Circle K store he worked at on King Street, and folks, for having the temerity to defend himself. Because what happened in the ensuing scuffle is Mr. Kalia got possession of the baseball bat and used it on the would-be robber. Well, he was charged by the Peterborough police for assault. It's absolutely astonishing. Well, we are going to follow this case because I think there's two injustices here. First was that physical attack Mr. Kalia endured in early January, and second, the way he is being persecuted by the Peterborough police. Now,
Yeah, he's the victim.
You stand in solidarity with the clerk?
Absolutely. Yeah, he shouldn't have been charged. We should have the right to defend ourselves in these situations.
I think our self-defense laws in Canada are horrible. When somebody comes at you with a weapon, you should be able to go at them with equal force, I believe.
We just were in court. It was a Zoom hearing, and it was very quick. It has been deferred to February the 13th. There's been some issue in terms of getting disclosure. I'm not sure why that is. But here is the real news peg to what we learned today, folks. Not only was Mr. Kalia charged by the Peterborough police for assault, for simply defending himself, but right now he is under house arrest. I mean, this is astonishing. This is despicable. You know what, folks? I wonder if the thug that attacked Mr. Kalia, I wonder if he is under house arrest, or in Justin Trudeau's Canada, he's yet another reprobate that is allowed to walk the streets of our great dominion out on bail, out on parole, what have you. Meanwhile, his victim is the one that endures an assault, and he's under house arrest. This case just gets more intriguing by the day. We'll be back here on February the 13th. We'll see what the next step is when it comes to getting justice for Mr. Kalia. For Rebel News, I'm David the Menzoid Menzies. Well, folks, my camerawoman Avery and I traveled all the way to Peterborough to cover this important story, that being Mr. Kalia, the 22-year-old store clerk, who is under house arrest and facing an assault charge for simply defending himself. Can you believe it? I know you love it when Rebel News tells the other side of the story. Can you help us out, please? Can you go to rebelfieldreports.com? That's rebelfieldreports.com. And if you're able to, kindly make a donation.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm just trying to multitask here. Oh.
And I'm not a big political person. I'm not. I listen to my father, who's been on this earth way longer than I have and been through way more than I have. So I kind of listen to him. And I listen to my husband because they're older than me and I respect their views. But with this shit going on, if this goes bad, it's going to go bad for all of us. Does anybody have this gut feeling like I've had that, like, maybe this weekend I need to get some necessities in this house so we can survive if this shit does go bad?
Yes, to send this out, I believe there is a strong possibility the U.S. recruiting illegal immigrants into the army with fear of World War III, several nations calling for conscription, and a recruiting shortfall. I don't believe U.S. will simply ignore the risks. Hence the video of what appears to be a drill sergeant guiding illegal immigrants at the Atlanta airport. Video appears to show migrants tucked away in hidden room under military guide at major U.S. airport. This is concerning.
With this shit at the border. And I'm not a big political person. I'm not. I listen to my father, who's been on this earth way longer than I have and been through way more than I have. So I kind of listen to him. And I listen to my husband because they're older than me and I respect their views. But with this shit going on at the border, if this goes bad, it's going to go bad for all of us. Does anybody have this gut feeling like I've had that, like, maybe this weekend I need to get some necessities in this house so we can survive if this shit does go bad? It's just kind of making me nervous because, I mean, these people that they're letting into our country are not good people. Like, I have nothing against, any Mexicans or anybody coming into this country the right way. But these people are criminals. They are like criminals. And I'm kind of scared because if this shit goes bad, it's going to go bad fast and it's going to affect all of us. So my mama gut's telling me that maybe I should get some necessities stocked up a little bit in this house, just in case. Anybody else feeling that way? Drop them in my comments. I'm just curious. Or is it just me? Or am I just being influenced by what I see on TikTok and the news? I try not to watch the news. It sucks. There's never anything good. So, I don't know, guys. This is my thought for Friday. Let me know what you think.
Yes, it is a call for concern. This lady said she does not even watch the news, but Libras are freaking out on Twitter about what she said. A lot of these illegal immigrants are not good people. Every person will say that. What she said here is just simple common sense.
Mm-hmm.
She's not really a political person. She's foreseeing something. That is according to her. I don't get the point why Libras are panicking.
These are not people you need to provide cover for. These are people who are in the country claiming asylum. They don't have a right to be here.
Yeah.
It is a privilege to be able to take
when
advantage
Anna
of our
starts
asylum
like
program.
freaking out and agreeing with the right, then you worry,
I
okay?
spoke out against asylum seekers who gang up on beat cops. One of them has a record of beating retail workers while robbing their stores. Ben Shapiro replied, "Oh, Anaga's parents said something true again, and now the radical left is mad." They got angry, like she should not even mention this. She made it clear these people should not even be here on the first place. This guy who posted this video, this is what he wrote.
Trying to work on an art project. So if I'm in and out,
seeking asylum is an international recognized human right, not privilege.
I'm trying to stay awake.
They show a clip of her like you've seen there. I don't get the point. It does not mean because you have to seek asylum, you have to do anything. Very insane. There are some people seeking asylum without actually anything happening in their countries. We all know. There are some people that are seeking asylum, they are thieves.
Today is a great day. We have not approached this day or this process lightly. Secretary Mayorkas' actions have forced our hand. We cannot allow this border crisis to continue. We cannot allow fentanyl to flood across our border, our criminals to waltz in undeterred. And we cannot allow a cabinet secretary with no regard for the separation of powers and the rule of law to remain in office. That is why today we present this committee with the articles of impeachment against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Secretary Mayorkas' actions and decisions clearly meet the standard necessary for initiating impeachment proceedings. This historical evidence is overwhelming that the founding fathers intended impeachment to be used to deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power, corruption, and injury to the nation caused by public officials, among others. At the Constitutional Convention, the framers purposely devised the impeachment power to include any offenses against the nation's security committed by high officials. Stephen Bradbury,
I gotta
former
pause
principal
this.
deputy.
Oh my God, I saw the cutest job come up on my feed. Petting zoo farm worker at Beacon Hill. Oh my goodness, that would be so cool. Like, but you would have to be able to, if I can't lift a bolt of fabric, I cannot lift a baby goat, even though I really would want to go play with them. So I gotta find some more clips of the miniature cows. They're so cute. I want one. I love them. They're cute. Yeah.
An acting assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice. There is a settled understanding
and not bad
dispute
wages.
that
Like, it's
impeachable
above
offenses
minimum
include
wage.
both prosecutable crimes and all manner of gross misconduct in office that does serious harm to the U.S. political system or the U.S. constitutional
But it's like 9 to 10 hours a day.
Yes.
That's intense, and I couldn't live that. I mean, if it was my farm, maybe.
But I'm not scared.
But I still hire someone. I want a farm, but
what you
Barbie farm.
It is not right. If you want to seek asylum, you need to be in good conduct. You should not do it because you think it is an international, like this guy Tempty. Some have turned to different things, forming up gangs in different locations, attacking police. It is insane. It should not be happening. One person wrote, all this don't F in my reply seems to think that I said seeking asylum means you can commit unlimited crime. I did not. Please learn to read and stop being silly goals. A crime is a crime. Left or right, we keep moving away from the basic committing a crime. Why seeking asylum should fortify that asylum. Someone so badly one needs refuge in the US, need to obey the laws again. Basic, not politics. That is it. Seeking asylum in a country, you should respect the laws. You should not commit crimes. If people that have things, you will get offended.
That would be such a cool job.
About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doing some kind of insane things, especially in the case of robbery. You are desperate, still maintain to, abide to the laws of that country. I believe that is how it should be done. Not going against the laws of the country because you think that it is an international recognized something.
Only way we will get that done. Exuberances in this regard is recent.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott refusing to give up control of the Texas border to.
Yeah. I love his channel. Homage News. And then we have True North. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. There was a hydrocarbon spill in Swan Lake. That was a big one. And this one's is so great.
I have grave concerns, not only about the capabilities we have, but the ability to sustain them in terms of ammunition, in terms of spare parts, and in terms of
colleagues and shipmates. The RCN faces some very serious challenges right now that could lead to fail to meet our force posture readiness commitments in 2024 and beyond.
It's no secret in Canada that the Canadian Armed Forces are in dire straits. The recruitment crisis is well reported across both the legacy media and the independent media. Furthermore, Canada's top generals and admirals willingly go on television and telegraph to our enemies that Canada can't defend itself. Now, you might think that telegraphing Canada's weakness to our enemies all around the world would be a bad idea.
Anita.
But when the Canadian Armed Forces are providing tampons to male soldiers,
we were good before Trudeau.
We were good before Trudeau. Families for upholding the patriarchy, suddenly it appears as though bad ideas are the only ideas coming from the Canadian Armed Forces top brass. After years of pushing this far-left Marxist anti-Canadian ideology on the rank and file, the troops would eventually respond. And it appears That response is happening right now. First, in the form of dangerously low recruiting numbers. In 2022, recruitment was down by 35% compared to last year, and now it appears troops are taking matters into their own hands. At CFB Trenton, in one of the men's washrooms, soldiers removed the tampon dispenser from the bathroom. It's looking as though Canadian troops are now not so interested in being humiliated day after day while serving this country. And good for them. Stick around for more as we dive into the details of what's really going on inside the Canadian Armed Forces. But before we do that, drop a like in the video, help us out by subscribing to the True North YouTube channel, and the comment question for the episode is this. Why is the federal government trying to do everything it can to demoralize members of the Canadian Armed Forces? Let me know your answer in the comments below, and let's get into it. Last month, news broke that all Canadian military bases will be providing tampons inside men's washrooms. Because, of course,
this is how biology works, right?
Morale. Maybe the reason that no men were signing up for the military was because they were concerned they wouldn't be able to get tampons inside men's washrooms. Now that that's been taken care of, I'm sure we will see recruiting numbers jump back up again. Not all soldiers inside the Canadian Armed Forces enjoy being humiliated day after day. And according to the Department of National Defence, as reported by True North, there have been reports of vandalism occurring on tampon dispensers inside men's washrooms. A Department of National Defense spokesperson told True North in an email, unfortunately, vandalism has already been observed on some dispensing units installed in Department of National Defense occupied buildings. The Defense Department said removing tampon dispensers and disposal units from men's washrooms undermines the department's efforts to create an inclusive environment for cisgender
are you
women,
kidding me? We don't have bullets, but we're doing
transgender
this.
men, and intersex individuals. And of course, the military is cracking down on those who are removing these tampon dispensers. It won't be tolerated, according to them. This type of behavior will not be tolerated and goes against defense team efforts to create a truly inclusive and psychologically safe work culture. All members of the defense team must feel recognized, respected, and valued, which will allow them to thrive in their environment. So, removing tampon dispensers from men's washrooms will not be tolerated by the Department of National Defense. It goes against the Department of National Defense's efforts to create a psychologically safe workplace for the military. It appears that the Canadian Armed Forces' efforts to create a psychologically safe work culture inside the military only goes in one direction.
No. I think
the latest edition of the
I'm sorry. If you're going into the military, you should be a little tougher than.
All throughout that latest edition are direct attacks on white soldiers, demeaning soldiers for the color of their skin, and going so far as to attack military families for upholding the patriarchy. In the latest edition of the Canadian Military Journal, you can read articles written by civilian far-left radical professors like this one. I'm not your typical white soldier, interrogating whiteness and power in the Canadian Armed Forces.
What the fuck?
Or perhaps if
how
the
is this
white
not
soldiers
racist?
isn't what you're looking for, you can read an article
I'm sorry.
about
How is this not weird or just?
Patriarchy, like
how is this not?
Supporting military
what the
families,
fuck is our military doing?
Or reinforcing patriarchy. You will also find inside the Canadian Military Journal these really positive statements about Canada and what it means to be a soldier in the Canadian military. You'll find that under the glossary for colonialism here. Canada is built on settler colonialism, a distinct form of colonialism that enforces large-scale assimilation and erasure of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis culture and peoples. The Canadian Armed Forces is both a product and an instrument of the white settler colonial
And I bet this was written by a white person.
The military is built on and centers white settler histories and culture. Colonialism manifests in the Canadian Armed Forces through systemic and structured barriers, leading to the low representation of Indigenous and other
why is
racialized
enrollment down?
Colonialism
I don't know.
Also manifests in the Canadian Armed Forces
it's a mystery.
through racist behaviors, white supremacist attitudes, and in verbal, physical, and sexual violence targeting Indigenous, Black, and people of color military members. Now, these far-left progressive civilian professors don't hide their motivations.
But meanwhile, let me just pause him.
Plainly inside the military.
Because these are the same people who, if you are not waving a Ukrainian flag, you are a bad person. These are the same people, like, we lost our military. Like, pretty trashed right now. And it's because of things like this.
Journal. Here you can see exactly what they're trying to do inside the military to push critical race theory and radical gender ideology onto the rank and file troops. Integrate critical theories and an anti-oppression framework into professional military education and training, and into all institutional systems, structures, processes, and procedures. Seeing as how the majority of CAF members are white men, how exactly does publishing this garbage in the Canadian Military Journal, which directly attacks soldiers for the color of their skin, create a psychologically safe work culture?
I know,
as the Department
exactly.
of National Defense
It's funny how
proudly
racism
says they're trying
goes.
to do. So let's just make sure we've got this straight. Removing tampon dispensers in men's washrooms undermines the efforts to create a psychologically safe work culture for all those men who really rely on tampons. But having professors in the official military publication write about how the military is infested with white supremacists is totally fine. Also, for good measure, inside the Military Journal, you will find a photo of a Canadian soldier communicating with and conferring with a Chinese soldier.
In the 1980s, this would have been a comedy. It would have been like Airplane, or, you know,
mind you,
one of
all of this
those,
is happening
like,
while recruitment in the Canadian
this is
Armed Forces
real.
continues to drop.
It's satire.
Like I said before, recruitment in 2022 was down 32% from the year before. Who knows what that number will be for 2023, but one can only assume that the numbers will continue to get worse. Because after all, military leadership have no problem in this country going on television and telling everyone that no one is signing up and there isn't enough money to fund any operations.
The RCN is in a critical state.
I
Many
signed
occupations
up,
experiencing
but,
shortages
you
at
know,
20%
they didn't
and
want
higher.
me.
There's a simple reason for this. Despite their very best efforts, CFRG has not delivered the required intake for the RCN for over 10 years. While our overall attrition is generally good, our tech leaves us every 2 days.
And it was,
Our West Coast fleet is beset with a shortage of qualified techs, constraining our ability to maintain and operate our ships and causing us to prioritize the Halifax class at the expense of the Kingston class.
I tried to sign up, they
rejected
rejected me, now I have a new job.
Preparing to fully crew the first GSS by 2025 is a considerable challenge, but we cannot and will not fail.
In order to try and turn around falling recruitment numbers, the military has relaxed their standards, allowed men to have long hair, face tattoos, colored hair for women, and even colored fingernails. Furthermore, and perhaps worst of all, the military now doesn't even require you to be a citizen of Canada to join the Canadian Armed Forces. That's right, you can be a permanent resident and join the military in this country. So think about this.
It worked so well with the commissioners in Edmonton, didn't it?
Racists and white
just imagine, like, just hand over our army. We're done. We're done.
While slandering the majority of the troops, mostly white men. And according to veterans advocacy group Veterans for Freedom, the military is now reportedly dropping the Canadian Armed Forces aptitude test for 47 of the 100 military occupations. According to Veterans for Freedom, for 47 of the 100 plus military occupations, there is no longer the requirement for passing the Canadian Forces aptitude test.
Oh my God.
CFAT tests
if my hand wasn't buggered, I could just walk right
which
in.
determines which occupations you are suited for.
Are you
This is
kidding
a recipe
me?
for disaster, as being able to communicate through a common language is critical to Canadian Armed Forces training and operations. This has most likely been implemented to accommodate the 2,600 permanent residents who, according to our CFRG source, are mostly East Indian who use broken English and clearly use Google Translate to send emails. Nobody wants to sign up for a military with these relaxed standards, with troops who have colored hair and colored fingernails and face tattoos. Nobody wants to sign up for a military that tells them they're a racist and a white supremacist. Nobody wants to sign up for a military with crap uniforms that don't make them feel good, without any ammunition to practice.
See, this is why I applied. I would have fit right in.
You have to buy your own equipment when you're on deployment.
Yeah.
The military is in the warfare business. Quite frankly, it's in the killing of the enemy business. It's not supposed to be in the business of anything else. People who join the military do so because they love this country and they want to serve this country, knowing full well what that means. Watering it down, destroying morale, and giving tampons to male soldiers isn't going to entice anyone of any background or any ethnicity to join the forces. General Rick Hillier, when he was the chief of the defense staff when Canadians were at war in Afghanistan, said it best about what the military's true role is. We are not the public service of Canada. We're not just another department. We are the Canadian Forces, and our job is to be able to kill people. But hey, just keep flying pride flags on naval ships, marching in pride parades, and calling your troops racist. I'm sure eventually this strategy will pay off. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for us today on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Harrison Faulkner, and this is Ratio.
Yeah, that was a good one. And I totally agree with it. Yeah, and apparently that link went somewhere else. Or is that the link? Oh, it is the link. Is it going to load? Yeah. Sandwich crews cleaning up hydrocarbon spill in Swan Lake area. And Swan Lake is beautiful. I love walking around there. It's a leaking oil furnace. So they're really good about removing oil. Like it's a nature reserve, but sometimes older houses, this happens, Yeah, Swan Lake Christmas Hill Nature Sanctuary measures 140 acres and is visited by roughly 70,000. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Wow. 100,000 people each year. Yeah, you can read the number. Sorry. I'm gonna have to type with my other hand and just sort of like do some exercises. And I know it's like, but it actually, if you're trying to stretch the tendons back, there's, you kind of have to, you can't, as much as you want to just like keep your little hand like in, you have to do it, and it hurts. It hurts. And it's beautiful going through there. It takes me like roughly, if I go hiking there, it's, a good hour loop. I've done it in like half an hour, but you kind of like, there's parts like it's nice to stop and look and, oh God. Oh, fuck my life. No, sorry. This really hurts. I know seem like normal, but it's just, no, I'm not. Yeah, we're going to go back to that one. No, don't do that. There we go. Is it back? I'll have to scroll down. Come on. Come on, load. Do the thing. I might actually have to like tape my hand. But I mean, I'll figure it out at work. Oh, now it's going. Oh, yeah. Okay. See? Oh, wow. Just some good new clips to come up. I like showcasing. I'm not trying to steal other people's like, I'm not getting monetized. You know, I might on X. I'm not sure, but it would be a subscription. I don't know. It's like you can all my info's in the description. I am still live, which is a good sign. This is like, wow.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome back
I
to
won't
the channel.
do this
Dylan
whole
here.
one.
We
It's
have a
long,
major update with arrests that have taken place and that are taking place right now. I need to bring you all the
and
latest.
I like his
so please,
background.
thumbs up the video, okay? This is an urgent update that I believe all the public needs to know about.
Mind.
And we have some massive updates.
It's like a
today
real fireplace.
with House Speaker Mike Johnson. Republicans have voted on the border deal, and it is going to Joe Biden's desk for him to sign off today. This is looming a government shutdown, and House Republicans are now plotting against House Speaker Mike Johnson. So his days of being House Speaker could be numbered. We have some updates with Donald J. Trump as well as Joe Biden. Joe Biden's approval rating has hit an all-time low of 33% of Americans now approve. I thought it couldn't go any lower. Before it was 37%.
No, it's going to go lower.
Now it's down to 33% of Americans approve of Joe Biden. How disgustingly embarrassing is that? And we're going to get into the arrest updates right after we read the Bible and pray, because God comes first. Amen?
Amen.
Comment amen if you believe that.
Amen.
Comment amen if you truly believe that God comes first and that we need God in the center of our lives and in the center of our world right now. And I actually do appreciate Mike Johnson and Donald J. Trump for making sure to praise God and to worship God, because
I pulled this up.
biggest,
I didn't watch it. If you
Christians that
are
I've seen,
atheists, don't feel pressured.
Nancy Pelosi.
Think about a happy
Joe
thought
Biden
to a loved one.
They're saying, "Oh, I'm devout Catholic." And Joe Biden goes, "I'm a Catholic, but I like Roe v. Wade. I like what they did with Roe v. Wade." He goes, "I'm a Catholic, so
I'm Christian and I'm pro-choice,
I like what Roe v. Wade did." It's like,
he has a penis, I have a vagina. That is how you can look at the rest of that one. I like pulling up positions I don't always sometimes agree with, but they'll have a few good points. Sort of like I did with the Young Turks, because they're just, I don't know, this was so sad. This one was so sad.
Video of police out in full force during a home raid, searching for a teen wanted for weapons charges. What they found inside that home is what makes this story controversial. The family inside that home is furious, accusing police of raiding the
They almost killed their kid. I would be furious too.
She explains they're blaming the department's recklessness for putting their newborn in the hospital.
The Jennings family's Ring camera captured the horrifying moments that the Elyria Police Special Response Team broke down their front door in the middle of the day on Wednesday. 25-year-old Courtney Price was staying at her aunt and uncle's home on Parmalee Avenue in Elyria with her 1-year-old son, Waylon May. She and Waylon were the only ones home when she heard a loud bang.
All I seen was lights flashing and smoke coming into the house. Police also busted out 2 windows in the home, including this one right behind me. Take a look. You can see it's half boarded up right now. And Price tells me her very sick baby was sitting right below that window in his swing here. And after this
how
happened,
scary for a young mom. This
I
is
didn't know what to do because there was guns pointed at me.
This is like so.
If I ran to him, they could have shot.
And with a sick baby, this is wrong. This is wrong.
My baby, he's on a ventilator. My baby's in here.
Price tells me police threw a flashbang through the window her son was sitting below. In a statement, police told us they did use flashbangs, but said they were only deployed outside the house. 19 News obtained this Ring camera video from a neighbor. showing police throw a device that exploded at the home. Police said flashbangs don't produce a continuous burn and don't contain chemical agents. But Price says her baby's injuries say otherwise.
Do you feel like the reason your baby's in the hospital right now is because of what the police did, because of this?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
The diagnosis is chemical pneumonosis.
Yeah.
From the chemicals.
He was sick already. Now you almost killed him.
They assessed the child at the home, and he did not have any visible injuries. They also told us, quote, any allegation suggesting the child was exposed to chemical agents, lack of medical attention, or negligence is not true. Now, I did get my hands on the search warrant in this case. Now, I'm not going to name the suspect because I'm told he's only 14 years old. But according to these documents, police were looking for firearms involved in a burglary. Now, the Jennings family tells me police have come to the home looking for this teenager before, and they said he has not lived there in over a year. In fact, they tell me his family now lives in a different home on the same street. Rita Jennings and her husband have been renting the home for the past year. She says police knew that the person they were looking for did not live there. But Elyria police maintain the address on the search warrant was correct.
All of our furniture is broke. It's now stained. They just walked all over everything. They even broke my stove.
Elyria police say the investigation that led to the search warrant is ongoing. The family says they're moving to a new home in Garfield Heights next week because they don't feel safe anymore. They also plan to take legal action against the department. Reporting in Elyria, Kelly Kennedy, 19 News.
Like, how awful. Like, oh my God. Like, this isn't like, oh, I delivered, like, your mail to the wrong address. This is like, I almost killed your fucking kid. Accidents happen, but the fact it's just, it was almost if getting swept under the carpet for this poor woman. Like, and they knew that the young offender their family didn't live there for a year. You got the wrong address. Own up to it. Like, and once again, Daniel Smith, Gays Against Groomers, you know, I love this group, and I think it is taking a village to kind of like stand up against some of this. And then below it we have, kids know when they're ready to make permanent life-altering decisions. We must let them. Let's give kids the power to choose tattoos. My mom did. I wanted one, and she was like, hell no. And now I'm like, thank God.
A London cop tackles a watch thief in an undercover sting that took 6 months. The Metropolitan Police Service gave details on an intelligence operation that went after luxury watch thieves. The organization said these featured undercover officers wearing luxury watches and posing as members of the public at the times and locations we knew these criminals operated in, with the aim of catching them red-handed. Some of the arrests were captured on CCTV. In this case, an undercover officer pretended to be intoxicated in central London's trendy Soho neighborhood. Authorities say the cop allowed himself to be lured to a brothel by one of the offenders. As they turned onto a street with fewer people, 4 men, who police say had been trailing their undercover cop for 20 minutes, got closer. All 5 of the suspects surrounded the undercover cop and proceeded to steal the expensive watch off of his wrist. But their plan was foiled by police who were waiting. Officers can be seen coming in from all angles to make the arrest just in the nick of time. Operations like this led to 31 arrests and 27 successful charges, according to the Met, all caught red-handed trying to steal high-value watches in the heart of the West End. Police say all offenders in this video have pleaded guilty and have been convicted. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Well, I pulled up an article about some Canadian tourists in Florida who got rolled for a Rolex, no pun intended. You know, things are heating up out there, you know. Yeah, this one maybe didn't add. Yeah. And I like this reading. This animation, like, she is so realistic. And I'm finally, okay, she still has extra fingers. But when you're doing animation, like, if it was just perfect, I wouldn't be able to make it move. And if you're just doing stills with AI art, people, get disturbed because there's extra limbs but when I put them together and speed them up, I get them to move. And so even though I see extra fingers, it's like I see the movement there's more images of this. I only pulled up I think 5 of her out of a series of probably 50. Just, you need that many to do animation. Okay. This is a messy court case. We might go back to that one. I'd rather go into Candace Owens. And we're gonna, oh dear, pull this up from the beginning. There we go. No, come back.
He is not actually apologizing. Happy Thursday, everybody. Question of the day: was the world better when it was harder to see boobs? And of course, the answer is yes. I'm going to add another fact to that statement. Women are perverts now, and I think it's time for us to own it. We are just nasty. Let's get into that.
It is getting
Plus,
bad.
later on, we're going to briefly discuss Epstein's list, which has been revealed. And by revealed, I mean this is one big, massive cover-up.
Trudeau's
there are no
on there,
revelations
and
here.
so
it
is
took
Sophie.
Years to seal this case
Naughty.
up. All that and more today coming up on Candace Owens. Women are nasty now. Something I've noticed. I wanted to say this right at the top of 2024. We have become the perverts. In fact, what's even more ironic is that as we point the finger and pretend that men are the perverts, Me Too error. Time's up. Oh my gosh,
if you look
scared.
at the gym,
it is so clearly evident everywhere that you look in society that it's actually us. We have become
I think
the sexual
everyone
aggressor.
needs to just
now, before I get
dial
into
it
that,
back.
I want to point to this article. It is old. It was published in 2016. The author's name is Amy Otto. And she wrote, men did greater things when it was harder to see boobs. Totally agree with that statement. Don't even have to think hard about it. She writes, giving sex for free destroyed men's motivation. Men used to marry younger and in larger numbers to lock down their very own real-life woman. But now, in a bizarre gambit to gain equality, women gave away a ton of the power that they had accumulated in society. They held the majority of the cards in sexual relationships and, facing a royal flush, decided to fold. Women used to set the cultural standards and the parameters for intimate activity. Now, often the guys wield more power over sex, and the girls are working way too hard, way too soon, with no reciprocity. More widely available hookups have made men less likely to commit. Let's explore that, because as I said, it is true. This is the long result of the women's movement, the feminist movement, the second wave that took place in the 1970s, where suddenly you had a bunch of cultural leaders like Gloria Steinem, writers like Colleen Crixus, who were suddenly telling women that domesticity was wrong, that they needed to pursue their sexual freedom.
You can also
now the
be
results
a stay-at-home mom, and it's okay. Then
every time I open the internet, I'm actually shocked. I'm going to take you through a few things that I saw while I was on maternity leave, but I just went, what is happening?
It wasn't
what
bad,
is this woman
but
doing?
This is not a woman that is free. She is a pervert. If a man did this, he'd probably be
And
in
now
prison.
it's
But
gone
because she's a
so
woman,
far that
people are pretending that this is
feminists
okay.
stand up.
Take this one
like,
example.
sorry,
This is a social media
it's
influencer. Her name
gone
is
so
Natalie
far.
Reynolds. And she decided one day, she woke up and said, I am just going to paint my body like leggings and wear them to
Oh
the
my
gym.
God, I pulled this
I'm
one up
serious. She
before,
was
but it's so
butt
disgusting.
naked and
I
decided
thought
to paint
this
blue
was,
onto herself
I know.
and go to the gym to see how men
This
would
is
react.
so
And it turns out that
disgusting.
men did not think it was cute or it was funny to
No,
listen.
it's not cute or funny. It's disgusting.
Clothes on, you need to be out of here, man.
This is gross.
Go closer.
Like,
Not even funny. I work in the industry enough to know. I work in the entertainment field.
He's saying you need to leave. He's not.
No, report you for this. Cool. I mean, she's covered, so.
Yeah, she's covered.
She's covered, so we're not supposed to videotape her.
Now, why would Natalie do that? Why would any individual, I actually want you to flip your brain.
Why
if a
would
man
it-
said,
like, that's just
I'm
weird.
going to go to a gym where there's a
oh
bunch
my
of women,
God, that's
and I'm just going
weird.
to
Like,
paint my nether regions blue. And then I'm going to get closer to a person and get closer and say,
okay,
oh, no.
I guess we all have kinks,
what's the
but
problem here?
that's
We call
inappropriate
the
in a
police.
gym. Can we all
Because she's
agree
a
on
woman,
that?
somehow she thought this would be funny. I don't know.
No,
She
it's-
offered this apology
gross.
on
It's
Twitter, really kind of a
freaking
non-apology
gross.
on Twitter. She wrote, I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I am simply here to apologize. Now, to be clear, Twitter states that this is a rip off of an old Logan Paul apology. So she is not actually apologizing. She still thinks that there's something here to be garnered, some sort of attention for
Yeah.
her perverse activity. What should have happened is that she should have been arrested for indecent exposure.
Mhm.
But again, that didn't happen because men are supposed to just take it. I just want to say kudos to that guy for telling her to leave the gym. More and more of this is happening. Women are virtually showing up into male spaces half naked and then complaining that they're the victims. Why are you looking at me?
Yeah.
I know I'm halfway naked. I'm just here to get a workout. My boobs are out and now I'm just painting my body blue and I'm getting close to you. What an absolute creep this woman is. She shouldn't even be around children, yet alone men.
Yeah.
And then I saw this picture, and I've covered this one
just
extensively on my
wrong.
show. She's one of the great purveyors of modern feminism. Yes, Emily Ratajkowski. I don't know what she has done in society other than be naked, what her contribution has been, other than at the very same time on insisting on her nudity, writing a book and convincing us that men are looking at her, making her a sexual object. Yeah, she actually wrote a book and said that she has been objectified her entire life sexually. Poor Emily Ratajkowski. So anyways, I don't know where she was going the other evening, but I do want to show you this photo of her, a night on the town in New York City. It looks like her assistant is descending out
Okay,
of a black car with her.
I
This is what
totally
Emily
see a victim
Ratajkowski
here.
decided to wear.
I know.
Now, if we're
I
listening to this
feel so
podcast and you
sorry
don't
for
see it. It is
like.
literally a black
Oh
bra
my
and underwear.
God, you are
And it's
such a victim.
sheer top on top of
I
it,
don't know
completely
why
sheer.
guys
She's
are looking at
completely
you.
naked. She's also wearing even a transparent heel.
When
So
I
I will
would give
ask the
her like
question
a
in case
pair
you
of
think I'm being
scissors,
unfair.
you know,
Where is she going?
It ain't just men that
Where
are
is she
looking.
going that
but
you would say that this is an appropriate outfit
this
to
is
wear? I want you
not
to actually get
appropriate.
creative here. I played this game. I said to my producers,
Like,
in
but this
what
is
setting
like
would
a
you say, no,
latest
actually,
fashion trend.
this
It's just
outfit
like
is appropriate. I'm walking
I'd
down
wear
the
it to
street
the club
wearing a bra
when
and
I was
underwear, and this is
19
totally
because
fine.
I
Because I'm
was
headed
dumb
to
and I was also
my
like
sister's birthday,
not
dinner,
old and fat.
nowhere,
You know,
absolutely nowhere.
but
This is
to
perverted.
the club,
Somehow in our
like
heads, in our minds, we've said, no, this is totally fine because she's a celebrity. And I guess celebrities are allowed to be perverted, are allowed to act
like
in this
this
manner,
is
are allowed to
yeah,
sexually harass
yeah.
people. Do you know how
Oh yeah, they
furious I
are.
would be if I was walking with my 2-year-old son and she got out of the car dressed like that?
Epstein,
She's a perv.
Epstein
Let's
Island.
just call that out. Okay?
Let's
Women are
call it
doing
what
this
it
over and
is.
over again while convincing you that they are the victims. And there is no woman who sold us victimhood over the last 10 years more than the artist Kesha. Remember, she wanted to get out of her Sony contract, and so she said that she was sexually assaulted and raped by Dr. Luke, one of the producers over at Sony. Now, that entire lawsuit fell apart, not before she was given awards and the red carpet was rolled out. Poor Kesha. She's speaking for all of us women that have ever been held down in a contract. and raped and sexually assaulted and harassed, and she still can't get let out of her contract. Poor Kesha. She's a victim. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
She's so strong for talking about the ways in which women are meant to endure sexual harassment in the industry. Well, here's Kesha promoting her new album. Yeah, I don't know what this is, but it's her butt. This is what it is. She has a new album coming out, and she decided the best way to promote that album was with her bare ass cheeks, everybody. Yay, Kesha. She's a victim, though. I want to be clear. She was with her bare ass cheeks on the internet, not because she wants attention. It's actually the opposite. So if you're looking, there's something wrong with you. And she even put a sign above her bare ass cheeks. It reads, I drive a Rolls Royce because it's good for my voice. Okay. Doesn't that make you want to buy her album? Don't you understand that women have been held down? This is the reason that we have to be naked everywhere. And I want you to picture if a guy did this, a man just had a sign over his butt and was bent over looking backwards and said, buy my album. I mean, maybe you might be able to imagine it. It seems to be a lot of the things that we're seeing in the LGBTQ movement. By the way, here's another post from Kesha. Kesha, the victim of sexual assault, if you believed one of her stories, which has changed over the years. This just says tits out. And guess what? Her tits are out. But again, I need to impress upon you that these women have all shared their stories. They are the victims in society. That is why they continue to act like pervs. So 2024, I want to welcome men and women to start calling these sorts of women what they are. They're perverts. It's disgusting. I've had enough of it. I don't get it. It's become a mental disorder. I go online and I say, what is wrong? What kind of a race to the bottom is this? And then I ask the question to men, is this even interesting to you anymore? Because I have to imagine it's not. I have to imagine that most men are just bored of seeing this. We get it, okay? There's no mystery here. There's nothing that you want to lock up and marry. That's what these women that I just showed you are married, right? Because you've already given everything to everyone on the internet. I feel like I have slept with all of these women. I can't imagine how everybody else feels. Just like the guy in the gym. Hey, get out of here, okay? We get it. You're obsessed with yourself and obsessed with your body. And the fact that some of these women are mothers, like Emily Ratajkowski, I mean, shame on you. Shame on women. Shame on women in this day and age. And that's all I have to say about that. As we head toward a presidential election in November, one thing you can be sure of is that 2024 will be a tumultuous year. How will your hard-earned savings fare? You already see the impacts of inflation at the pump and the grocery store. Dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages can increase.
That way
How are you protecting your savings? Consider diversifying with gold from Birch Gold Group.
I can do like
For decades,
a little
gold has been the choice of investors and central banks to hedge against inflation. If you have an IRA or 401k from a previous employer that's just collecting dust, call Birch Gold and they will help you convert it into an IRA.
Or you can send all your gold to me.
You won't pay a penny out of pocket. It will simply convert that 401k into physical gold, which unlike digital currency,
I will take
cannot be
your
tampered
gold.
with.
I will
Just
not
text
give you
Candace
money
to
for it, but you can give it to me.
And Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold.
I
With
can
an
give
A+
you
rating with the
an
Better
info
Business
kit,
Bureau, thousands of satisfied customers, and
on
as
what
the
I'm going
exclusive
to
gold company of the Daily
do
Wire
with
for the
your
past
gold.
7 years, you can trust Birch Gold too.
So
text Candace
or crypto,
to 989898
or you know, my
to claim your free
PayPal's in
info
the
kit.
address.
That's Candace
like,
to
you can go for it.
989898 and secure your savings today. Okay, now it's time for
And
some topics du jour.
unfortunately, Canadian residents cannot qualify for that. I did ask. I did try.
By the way,
they
you
were
guys
like,
want to get away with anything on the
we're
internet.
sorry
Yesterday, you guys
for
were, her voice sounds different. I lost my voice last week. It's just coming back. So that's why my voice is a little deeper today. But let's dive into what everybody's talking about, the Epstein files. Oh, yay. They've been released or we're getting more information. No, stop. That's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to react. They want you to believe that we're finally being able to see what's happening behind the scenes.
Nothing happened, really.
Finally being able to understand the deep state. None of that is real. None of that is true. They have now put a little ribbon on this. They want us to move on from talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And so they are giving us this.
Don't worry,
after
they'll
they
be
have hidden
the
everything
next
that could have and should have been
latest
relevant.
thing. Like,
some of us have been covering the Epstein files for years. I posted Mike Cernovich on this show multiple times, and he is the person that absolutely exploded the Epstein case. So just to jog your memory of how this even came about, it was honestly by accident. It was because of the work of, again, lawyer Mike Cernovich, and so I'm going to read his tweet, his summation of what happened regarding the Epstein files release, because I think that he is on the money, as he has been from the very beginning of this. Mike Cernovich writes, the Epstein files. Today, a tranche of documents were released in a case involving Jeffrey Epstein. There are no revelations. Jeffrey Epstein's case was covered up. I can explain why. In 2017, my lawyer, Mark Randazza, found a wonky freedom of the press case. There was a defamation case, and although Jeffrey Epstein was not named as a defendant, the case was central to some quote-unquote conspiracy theories. Mark asked me if I wanted to file a motion to intervene. We expected it to be a simple matter. Media interest was almost zero. No one in the free press cared. Then, Trump nominated Alexander Acosta to the Secretary of Labor. Acosta had handled the original Epstein criminal case and said Epstein was given kid glove treatments due to protection from the intelligence community. Just to park it right there, just to understand how Jeffrey Epstein ever even ended up in prison, quite by accident. You got this lawyer, it's Mike Cernovich, he decides to file something, a case looks a little bit wonky, media doesn't really care about Jeffrey Epstein, but because Alexander Acosta, and this is when the media was obsessed with Donald Trump, was nominated to be the Secretary of Labor, suddenly they were trying to problematize everything surrounding Acosta, and they said, oh, look, Acosta let this guy, Jeffrey Epstein, off the hook. What's this about? Suddenly the media was interested because, remember, Orange Man Bad. And when Acosta gave testimony about why he handled the Jeffrey Epstein case with kid gloves, a man that should have been behind prison bars a long time ago, he gave an answer. He was told that Jeffrey Epstein was an asset. Let's move on and keep reading Cernovich's tweet. Epstein was an asset of the FBI. What his exact relation was remains sealed. By 2019, the case that I sought to intervene in had an Orange Man Bad angle because Acosta was Trump's labor secretary. Even if the motives were impure, at least we were on to the races. Hundreds of thousands of dollars later, a trip to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals and a lot of fighting, we had a batch of documents ready to be unsealed. The weekend before the documents were made public, SDNY arrested Epstein quietly when he landed his private jet on an airport from a trip that he took to France. There was no perp walk for Epstein. In 2019, I wrote the following after a press conference was held regarding Epstein's arrest. Why didn't they charge Jeffrey Epstein under the Mann Act? Under the Mann Act, it's unlawful to transport an underage girl through interstate travel, including on an airplane. In a widely publicized press conference, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York announced sex trafficking charges against Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein was charged for paying minors for massages from 2002 to 2005. Yet what was more newsworthy was what the indictment left out. The indictment against Epstein does not charge anyone except Epstein, and there's nothing to indicate that anyone who flew to Epstein's private island has faced scrutiny. The SDNY's actions have all the telltale signs of containment. Because the Miami Herald and Cernovich won a civil lawsuit leading to over 2,000 records being unsealed, it's simply impossible for the same feds who gave Epstein a pass years ago to continue to cover up. They could have charged Epstein in 2002, 2003, 2004, or at any time until today, yet they did not file the charges until the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the previously sealed records involving Jeffrey Epstein would become public record. Thus, they are charging him without implicating anyone else who assisted his operation. Cernovich goes on to say, you know what happened next. Epstein committed suicide. Because the SDNY charged the lowest level offenses possible, they lacked jurisdiction to raid Epstein's island in Little St. James, as well as his New Mexico and Paris properties. The houses were left unattended for a couple of weeks. During that time, miraculously, guys, a safe went missing. During the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, it was reported that evidence from Jeffrey Epstein's safe went missing after the FBI raid. What was in that safe, we'll never know for certain. We do know that the FBI has Jeffrey Epstein's blackmail files. The real Jeffrey Epstein files are the blackmail material. He is positively correct, and he ends it by saying, very powerful forces have made sure we will never see it. As a perfect button on this issue. This is exactly correct. We do not know anything about what was in those in those safes. The FBI made sure to get it out. We know that he was a protected asset. And there is no question in my mind, that there should be no question in yours, that what Jeffrey Epstein was helping intelligence agencies with was securing blackmail. Securing blackmail on powerful people. Powerful people that are in the government, powerful people that are in Hollywood, and powerful people that are in the media and entertainment. That is abundantly clear. For those of us that have been covering this idea of a blackmail ring, there was one story that we reported it on very early on last year, I believe it was. Actually, it was October 28, 2022, when a crypto millionaire tweeted this tweet. I'm going to remind you of this. He tweeted, CIA and Mossad and a pedophile elite are running some kind of sex trafficking entrapment blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and Caribbean islands. They are going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend who was a spy. They will torture me to death. That tweet came from Nikolai Mushigian, again, who was a crypto millionaire. And normally we would say that's an insane tweet. You sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist. We would say, take your meds, Nikolai. Except 4 hours later, Nikolai was found murdered. Yes. He was actually considered a crypto visionary. He tweets that 4 hours later, he was found in the ocean wearing his full clothes, and he had his wallet on him. Does that seem like a conspiracy theory anymore to you? As I said, there is no doubt in my mind that there is some sort of an elite pedophile ring that is operating. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein.
Because a weird fact about suicides in water is people will leave their wallet or leave something. Usually when the body is found, like, that is how you kind of... Suicides don't go down with their wallet. They leave it behind because there's this... Even though you're killing yourself, there's this instinctual thing. I could go on hours about the psychology behind it, but this is how you can kind of tell this might not... I don't think he jumped on it willingly. I don't think he really planned that one out. Bad jokes.
Was an asset. I am not afraid to say that whatsoever. I mean, we know he was an asset, at least according to Acosta's testimony. But what work was he doing, and for whom? We know he was involved with the Mossad, the CIA, and the FBI, but to what end? To further what end? Let's say that he gathered that intel, the real files, the blackmail files on these politicians, these government agents, these Hollywood players, these princes around the world. To what end? So that what government can make who do what? Maybe it's to support the military-industrial complex. Maybe they say every time you go to war, you're going to have to vote yes and be supportive of these wars no matter what. I don't know, but it should terrify you to think that people that we send to D.C. are operating out of fear. And it feels that way, right? We elect them, they go to D.C. and something happens. And suddenly they don't seem like they have any integrity anymore. They don't seem like they're there to serve the American people. It seems like they're scared. Well, take a look at all of this and ask yourself if maybe this is the answer as to why that is. In that exact same vein, more shocked than I was by the Senate staffer who filmed himself having sex publicly in the congressional building. The person whose name is Aiden Meese-Zarofsky. He was working for Ben Cardin. More shocked than I was.
This is not by
how absolutely demented that is.
I think
how perverse that is. How shocking it is to consider that there are leaders around the world, Kim Jong-un,
I'm basically turning
who are watching that and thinking, what the hell is going on in America?
Okay, Candy, I love
More
you.
Shocked
is I don't know if this will pick it up, but just it's so staticky. It's like everything is standing up like a Tesla ball. Holy crap. Ow. Ow. It actually hurts. Crap. No, I think I'm going with this one. This one and ow. God, It actually is shocking me. And literally all I can like move it around like a Tesla ball, all the little like strings, because it's all fuzzy. It's like, okay. Must have a storm
is the
coming
lack of a response that it was given in the media. This story came and went within hours. There seemed to be no interest. The Senate members that we have elected, why wasn't every single person beating a drum saying, we want answers for this? It seemed like everybody just wanted it to magically go away. Did I imagine that while I was on maternity leave? That this story just disappeared? What actually took place for a Senate staffer to be able to have sex, to perform to record a sex tape on the Senate floor where testimonies take place? While Aiden didn't exactly admit to the sex act, this is all apparently allegedly, even though we can see him in the video, he did have the nerve to post this on his LinkedIn as a response. This has been a difficult time for me, as I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace. Any attempts to characterize my actions otherwise are fabricated, and I will be exploring what legal options are available to me in these matters. As for the accusations regarding Congressman Max Miller, I have never seen the congressman, and I had no opportunity to cause to yell or confront him. Now, could you imagine being caught filming a pornographic tape at your office and then having the audacity to write that statement? Essentially to say, I'm the victim, and I can't believe that my actions are being mischaracterized. There's no flack, there's no blowback. No one is saying arrest him. He obviously should be arrested for what he did, and yet they just want to move on from this. What does that signal to you guys? Stop allowing people to believe that you are a conspiracy theorist for recognizing that something here is amiss. Something is amiss. Something strange is afoot in DC.
Yeah,
Even conservatives, Republicans are not having the right response to this story.
Yeah.
This makes my skin crawl. I don't know what is happening here, but it is very clear to me that people that have tried to come forth and say that there was some sort of a sex ring operating in DC are telling the truth.
No,
there was clearly some merit to this claim. And if you are not sickened by that, just in terms of what is happening politically, just think about the cultural response to this. People celebrating this person as a hero on Instagram. Yeah, this is a person, of course, a member of the LGBTQIA allegiance, responding to that sex act on the Senate floor. Take a listen.
New national hero just dropped. This is Aiden. He was a congressional staffer for Senator Ben Cardin, and he posted a video of himself getting railed in a Senate hearing room. In my humble opinion, this is performance art. A metaphor for queer people being by Congress every day. This man is braver than the troops. He was fired, and in a statement, he said he's being attacked for who he loves to pursue a political agenda. And I agree, he is being attacked for who he loves to pursue. And I want to know who he's pursuing. There's two people in this video. Not a lot of talk about the top. Who are we protecting here? I want this man in the next Savant music video. I love gay people.
I love gay people too. Let's all tether ourselves to what it is that we are fighting in America.
I'm gonna have to do
this is not by
batting.
Accident. The perversity that we are seeing, none of this is by accident. This is all.
I really, I want to. I'll have to like take some photos and then put them up because I'm working on a blanket. But I'm thinking I should get some. I either need batting in the middle or just see what I have in, around and adjust what I'm making. But this is going to be so cute. It's going to be like just the cutest blanket, like the little throw. And these ones, oh my God, I'm going to do something with these. it's just nice having different backdrops. And I have some like really cool Ninja Turtles ones an ex coworker gave me, and so I want to like kind of incorporate those into something. Like I can use it as a backdrop. Yeah, like I want to start mixing up just so it, and then it's more fun for me too. But oh my god, these ones are so soft. I just want to like actually finish them off. I'm just not sure. And because I got two, I'm thinking doing one as like one a lightweight one and one a like a winter one, so it's like an actual like quilty quilt. It'll be great. Or something like
it's all by design,
or turn
and
it
it is
into
coming
a
from
watermelon.
the very top. There is a very real incentive
I have
to
other
turn
ideas
America
too.
essentially into some sort of a pornographic sitcom. It is utterly disgusting and debased, and I don't even know how to respond to all of this except to say that we need to talk about it, we need to face it, we need to have the courage to call this stuff exactly what it is, which is utterly perverse. The Candace Owens Show is supported by Grand Canyon University, an affordable private Christian university with a vibrant campus in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. Ranked top 20 in the country by Niche.com, GCU is a missional, Christ-centered university that strives to foster a culture of community, giving, and impact. GCU's goal is to help you develop into a servant leader who makes a difference through finding your purpose. With 330 academic programs and over 270 of them online, GCU integrates the free market system with a welcoming Christian worldview into your bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree. You'll have support from your own university counselor who will take a personalized approach to helping you achieve your goals. So find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Private, Christian, affordable. Visit gcu.edu today. All right, guys, now on to happier things. Let's jump into some of your comments, all regarding yesterday's episode. First episode back, feeling a little rusty, but I'm glad to be back. Veda writes, congrats, Mama. I'm so glad you're back. You single-handedly turned me from liberal to conservative last year. Here's to 2024 being a conservative. I'm glad to hear that. And obviously, after everything we've covered this episode, that is exactly what we need, a call for every person to be more conservative. Forget Republican or Democrat, but just recognizing the power of conservatism. Therese writes, I didn't expect to cry watching this, but cry I did. Congratulations to you and your family. You are such a blessing. In fact, a beautiful gift to this world. Keep it up. Oh, I love when I get nice comments. I don't get a lot of them sometimes on the internet, but every time I'm talking about my family, I think I'm always smiling. And I hope that that was the takeaway that you guys got from yesterday is family is what matters at the end of every single day, and at the beginning, and in the middle, and all throughout. Tammy writes, congratulations on the birth of your son, and Happy New Year. Oh my goodness, Max is so adorable. He is. He's so fat. He's so cute. I miss having open dialogue with my fellow man, a time when even if you may agree to disagree, but respected one's right to have a different view. This is where I put it on God's hand because it is beyond me. I appreciate your content. Noter Basic writes, I'm so glad Nikki's BS pulled you through. We have to laugh and we aren't short on material. Congratulations to you and your family. Yes, politics, you have to remember not to take it too deathly serious because there are some moments of humor in all of the acting and all of the performance. And she really did. She really tickled me while I was on maternity leave. Who knows where it's headed, but the media is trying to convince us that she is the number one candidate and she wins every debate and we should be with her. It's feeling a little Hillary Clinton-y for me personally. T.S. Scully writes, I don't always agree, but I am always very proud of you. Keep it honest and don't let them silence you. I always tell you guys, I don't want you to watch this show and agree with every single point that I have. That would be so boring. That would make you me. You know, I want to challenge you to think, and I think
I don't
if I
agree
learned
with
anything at the end of last year and
Candace
everyone
Owens
attacking
says.
me,
I'm not showing it because I agree with
both
it.
sides of an equation.
I'm showing it to
it's
challenge
that people
you.
are afraid to have conversations.
Perfect.
People
And
don't
we need
really
exactly.
actually want
we
you to
need
think. They want you to just
tough,
possess their ideas. You
tough
should never have that.
conversations these
If you are
days.
not hearing both sides, you're not hearing anything, and that is the truth. Lastly, Kim Two Fly, I like that handle, writes, I gave birth on December 13th to a healthy baby girl. Your Shot in the Dark series helped me build up the courage to reject all vaccines and other unnecessary routines at the hospital. There were some people in my small circle that tried to put doubt and fear into my head about this, saying that I would be extremely hurt if something harmful were to happen, but I stood strong on my beliefs and relied on the information that you provided in my own discernment. My baby girl is healthy and hasn't been touched by any needles. God bless all of our babies. That makes me beyond happy.
Aww.
I love when I go out and people give me their babies and they're like, I didn't vax this child. And I know it's because they watched my Shot in the Dark series, which does not tell you to do one thing or the other, but it just employs you with the information that you need so that you are not being bullied by the medical cartel that exists in America. So I just want to remind all of you guys that are having children, if you have nieces, if you have nephews, if you have grandchildren, to die.
I didn't like
destroyed men's motivation. Destroyed men's motivation.
Jesus. Sorry, my laptop is really off balance. Yeah, we'll just end this one. I can't find where I was, but I didn't agree with her to begin with. Just, I'm very pro-choice. She's very pro-life. But also pro-life has kind of taken a new meaning in Canada with all the new rules with MAID and everything. It's kind of disturbing. I am just looking at this blanket and it's going to be so cool. It's like going to be so cool. And I might do this one in it as well. But I kind of was thinking like doing the two greens together. Like at least for one of them. Because this one's actually pretty horrible for any kind of bedding because it sheds, like it's not bad, but it sheds sequence. That's why people, like, it's so soft. And this one's so soft. And I'm thinking like turning it into a watermelon blanket. But I would need like the puffy batting in it. I'll figure it out. I think it's a cool idea,
Men used to marry younger and in larger numbers to lock down.
What the fuck? Okay. This is just being weird. How do I scroll down? No. Okay, that's weird. No, don't do that. Okay. Sorry, it's not. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, there we go. Now I can scroll down. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Blonde moment. Oh, dear. No.
Huey Tran took the video. It's a shocking new image of a passenger on board that Alaska Airlines flight. The passenger said he had just started dozing off when he heard a whooshing sound. All at once, his shoes and socks were gone. His shoes and socks have been sucked right off. You can see the bruises on his ankle.
Shoe and sock just flew up.
They were literally pulled. Your shoes and socks were literally pulled off.
The entire time. I was thinking, this is it.
Fucking
it could go sideways at
lucky
any second,
he didn't get blown off. Oh my god.
Approach this, number one, acknowledging
our mistake. Oh my god. Oh, like, and I think that's like everyone's kind of like, we're all for diversity. Like, we all are, but at the same time, oh God, I just remembered where my safety pins are because I'm working on a blanket. It's going to look so cool. It's going to look so cute. It's just going to take me a little bit to get her going. And also I need my safety pins from the basement. And I'm like, oh, I feel like a cat, like, and I see a mouse and I'm like, I want you, mouse. But I might be able to do it without the safety pins. We'll see. And I'll probably set up my laptop so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm not just like, you're not just staring at an empty couch. It just depends. Like, I'm just looking at it now, and because it's just the way I have the fabric, it's just, I'm going to have to think about it a bit more. Just a little bit more. Oh, this is wonderful. Isn't this progressive?
Harley Davidson's been playing golf.
I feel so wonderful as a woman.
Ever since she was 13. She's passionate about it and good at it. Good enough to go pro.
I've just been drawn to it forever, and I absolutely love it.
Haley's dream is to play the LPGA Tour and compete with the best. The Kissimmee resident may be on her way. Haley just earned her first victory on a ladies' mini tour. She's believed to be the first transgender woman to win a professional golf tournament.
You know, obviously nothing's a definite. It gives me just so much hope.
As she works on her game, Haley's talking with the LPGA about eligibility. The tour does not require its athletes to be female at birth.
Oh boy, here we go again. Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy JD. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a great day. In this video, as you can see, we're going to be talking about the issue that is still affecting women's sports. Yeah, it's January 2024, and we already have a male identifying as a woman going into a women's golf tournament, winning and apparently placing #1 on the Women's Pro Tour.
What?
The madness just continues.
Yeah, I know. Isn't this great and progressive?
Make sure to leave a like rating, as it really
who
helps out
doesn't
the
feel
video.
progressive with
Hit that
this?
subscribe button, turn on bell notifications.
Who doesn't
so you never
feel
miss a video.
progressive
Comment on
right
this
now?
video, share
Like,
this video, and let's
if
just
this
read
is
the
how you
brain
do
cells together.
feminism, right? Let
Reed
the
Oxford
men
for a
compete
male
in,
golfer
yeah.
takes home trophy at NXT Women's Classic, currently ranked
I don't know.
#1 in the
I'm
Women's
sorry,
Pro
I get
Tour.
in
A
trouble every
trans-identified
time
male
I
has
bring
taken
it
home
up,
the
but
trophy at a women's professional golfing tournament in Florida. Haley Davidson, 30, emerged victorious at the NXT Women's Classic at Mission Inn Resort and Club on January 17th. Despite outlining eligibility as being restricted to female players, NXT allowed Davidson to compete. His victory is particularly significant as this year NXT had partnered with the Epson Tour to award 10 exemptions to their top 5 players. The exemptions were intended to provide female golfers the ability to
isn't
compete
this
in the Epson
great?
Tour regardless of
I
their
feel so
specific
progressive.
qualifications, something NXT boasted would facilitate unparalleled
I'm
professional growth
excited
opportunities
about
for
this
women
blanket.
golfers.
I'm just
Davidson
not
is currently
sure
ranked in the top spot to receive 2 of the 10
quite
available
how I'm going to do
exemptions.
it.
Yeah, where to start with this one?
I need to even it out a bit more.
I really am. I guess firstly, the
And
eligibility apparently being restricted to only female players, yet this organization allowed this individual to compete. So what I'm going to assume here is,
I kind of want, like,
but I'm going to assume we have,
you know,
another
those like
organization,
baby
just like
blankets
many
where
others,
they have that
being
like
captured by
satin
woke
around the
activists and
edges.
people with
That's what
no
I'm trying
backbone.
to
This
do
organization have
with
now
the
shown
fuzzy.
everybody they're okay
But
with a
I'm
male
thinking
going
like,
into a women's
I
competition,
almost want to
lying,
like get
cheating, stealing. Shout out to Eddie
some
Guerrero. And your wrestling fans
foam
watching right now
or
would have thought that
something.
reference. Maybe just using that in this situation is actually
Foam
a
would
bit
be
disrespectful to Eddie
expensive.
Guerrero, but it just further proves as
But
well
just
people
like
involved
extra
do
little
not care about the
mattresses.
sport, the integrity of it, the women involved, truth, reality, common sense, fairness,
Or
all of
like
these
some
things that once
extra
upheld
batting.
our
Like
society. Now we have these
I'll
woke
sleep on
agendas
the
trying to
floor,
tear those down,
like
dismantle them,
with,
and at the core
but
of
this
some of
would
these
be a
agendas
perfect
is
little yoga
reaffirming and
mat.
validating how somebody feels, and
Oh,
everybody must go along with it. Everybody must clap along.
And then
it's insane.
like
Davidson,
for Grippy,
who is
do
originally
you
from Scotland,
glow in the
last competed
dark?
as a male in 2015 before
Oh my
declaring his
god!
transgender identity. Since then, he's
I'm
become a vocal
thinking
advocate
about
for
this
trans-identified males
because
in women's sports. Wow.
I either keep it as a throw or like I
Davidson
can always
described
get
himself
more.
as
It
the world's
just
first transgender woman to win a professional golf tournament, which I have now done multiple times. He explains that he first began to believe he was a woman at age 14, but suppressed his true self until he was an adult, at which point he began experiencing severe anger issues. I tried playing golf professionally as a male prior to coming out, but I was such a head case, it was not only affecting me, but the other players around me, he writes.
That's how
I was at a
sports
crossroads
work,
at this
right?
point, since
And
I thought I had to
gender
choose
and
between playing
everything.
golf for a living and
Yeah.
hiding who I was forever, or finally being happy as my authentic self and potentially never playing golf again. While I did not play nor touch a club at all for
Well,
over 2 years due to all
it
that
just-
with coming out of the closet, I was finally able to
You-
get back
you
into
can
playing
still
when I was
play
lucky
golf
to land a job at
as-
golf. Now, this got me back into
You're
playing
just
for fun,
not
and for once, I
gonna,
was playing
like,
without anger or this mental time bomb
be
waiting
number
to
one.
explode. That right
I'm
there,
sorry,
would
like,
probably emotionally guilt trip the average person.
women's
they would see that and
sports
maybe think,
shouldn't
oh, no,
be
that is such a
like
terrible
the
thing. If this is going
retirement
to affect
zone
the
for
individual that much, we should
mediocre
just
male
allow men to
athletes.
compete in women's sports. Make people happy, right? Make the individual happy. And this is why you also see in the mainstream media when organizations change their policies to make it women versus women, men versus men, they'll put in the headlines, transgender athletes are being banned. Not the case. People just required to compete in the right category, but it's all about making people feel guilty, bad about themselves. Okay, maybe we should just allow it to happen. It's about forcefully accepting ideas at any cost. Now, they mention the mental health issues, right? The anger, the frustrations, the mental time bomb waiting to explode. Instead of properly addressing those mental health issues, wait, how wrong of me to suggest that? We don't do that in society, do we? Instead of trying to properly address those mental health issues, instead, we live in a time now where mental health issues get reaffirmed. They didn't compete for 2 years, now they're into the women's side of things and they're completely dominating. It doesn't make any sense, and we've gone from one situation where it was affecting the individual and everybody around them, which, as they said in the article, right, and we've gone from that to this situation now where it's not affecting the individual any longer, but everybody else around them. But who cares about that? Because as long as the individual is happy, who cares how it's affecting everybody else around them? In 2022, Davidson made headlines while attempting to earn a Ladies Professional Golfing Association tour card. At the time, Judy Murray, an elite tennis coach and mother of Wimbledon champion Andy Murray, blasted Davidson for attempting to join the LPGA tour. No, not fair at all, Judy Murray posted to X, formerly Twitter, in heated words that quickly went viral. Protect women's sports. Listen to the facts, the scientists, and the medics. This is wrong. And I imagine Judy Murray at the time felt the full force of the woke mob because what she said is strictly forbidden. She should have known that. While he was ultimately unsuccessful, Davidson attributed criticism of him playing in the women's sports to transphobia. Of course, I've seen that it's not about protecting women's sports or me having an advantage, which you do. It's just that you don't like trans people, Davidson said during an interview on the Like It Is podcast. It's very sad that's what it comes down to in the last couple of months. That's what I've come to learn. On X, Davidson boasted of his victory, of course, writing, I was finally able to get my 4th professional win after 2 playoff holes. Also moved me into first place in the season rankings for 2 Epsom Tour exemptions. Well, you heard it from the person themselves, and who am I to question this, right? Who am I to disagree? Of course it is transphobia to have an issue with this, to have an issue with women's sports being eroded, the integrity of it, and all sports, in fact, is just transphobia. Look, this is what people use as an attempt to silence people. It's just another tactic to label people XYZ buzzwords or label a criticism a buzzword, so nobody does it. Nobody wants to be associated with these buzzwords, when in reality, that place that is being distorted so much right now, it's not transphobia, is it? Nah, people just don't like
I'm
the
not
unfairness,
expecting to
the
make it
injustice that is
overnight.
going on. Places, awards,
And I really do need the safety pins, but I really like where this one's going to go.
Is just supposed to go along with it and clap along. Wow,
it shouldn't take me too long, but I also need new bobbins for my sewing machine because the ones I have are just
that's what it is.
Bad. And also, if I'm spending all this time, I need better thread.
Is still going on. I don't know what it's going to take for these organizations to wake up and realize what is going on.
I'm so excited about this blanket. I'm sorry, it's a nerd thing, but
the next U.S. election will help Donald Trump sign
and
the
my
bill
hair.
where he puts
my
it
hair
across
will be
the board
good.
where males compete against males and women compete against women. I don't know, guys, but one thing I do know is We are certainly living in a clown world right now, and it can't go on. But leave your thoughts down below on this story. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this male golfer coming into a women's tournament, winning and placing number 1 on the Women's Pro Tour? I'd like to know. If you have enjoyed, make sure to leave a like rating. If you're new, hit that subscribe button, turn on bell notifications, comment on this video, share this video. But until next time, it has been your boy JD. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'm out. Peace.
Definitely like and follow his channel. He is brilliant.
I'm not sure if this has been intentional all along, but Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre seems to be able to just keep baiting Justin Trudeau and the Liberal Party's communications team into tying themselves to burning logs in order to attack him for the dumbest stuff possible. Pierre Poilievre rightfully and recently called out the mayors of Montreal and Quebec City for their restrictive housing policy that has been helping to drive housing prices sky high in their cities. And Justin Trudeau and the Liberals think it's a good idea to try and attack Poilievre over this, I guess maybe to appeal to Quebec voters, like acting like, hey, look at this English Canadian attacking your Quebec mayors. But it's not going to work. Affordability is the top issue in every single province, and nobody is going to come to the aid of their mayors when they've been incompetent and actually being able to make sure that there is shelter for people in their cities. There's so many mayors across this country who seem to think that the way you get more things built is by putting more bureaucracy in front of the process to actually starting to build something. It's completely ridiculous, but this is the statement that Justin Trudeau made, posted to the official Liberal Twitter account.
Je suis extrêmement déçu de ce qu'on a vu de M. Poilievre aujourd'hui par rapport à son mépris pour les élus québécois. Ça fait plusieurs fois maintenant qu'il a démontré une condescendance et
Guys, Justin Trudeau is not condescending. That is so weird whenever I see Justin Trudeau condemning Poilievre for things that he is easily more guilty of, like condescension or bullying or being an enemy of the free press. Insane.
Il y a une ignorance par rapport à comment les choses fonctionnent entre le gouvernement fédéral et les provinces. Je pense qu'il est grand temps qu'il s'excuse pour son comportement et pour ce qu'il est en train de dire en s'attaquant contre des élus au Québec.
High time for him to apologize for the bullying of these Quebec mayors. These incompetent mayors deserve respect. I don't know why he thinks this line is going to play well. Just because they're mayors in Quebec doesn't mean anything at all. There's nothing special about a Quebec mayor that's going to make voters come out and vote Liberal in order to defend them. Especially, that's a really weird bank shot of a communication strategy, that there's going to be a bunch of people who love their mayors in Montreal and Quebec, and they're going to rush out and vote Liberal even harder to try and stave off the Conservatives. Conservatives do not have any Montreal or Quebec seats, so I don't know how this is winning Trudeau any support in Quebec, because anyone outside of those cities probably doesn't give a crap about those mayors, if not thinks they're a complete incompetent morons, just as many of us across the country think our mayors are incompetent morons. In the city of Calgary, Mayor Jody Gondek is raising property taxes by 7.8%, saying it's just a one-time thing, we just need to raise a little bit more revenue, blah, 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 we need to pay for a bunch of useless garbage, frankly. But it's not a one-time thing, because she's going to raise property taxes next year, even if it's not 7.8%. The next increase is going to be on top of that 7.8% increase, which is going to be on top of all the previous increases. It's insane. These people think that you can just keep adding 2, 3, 4% to the tax every single year. You can't get past 100% taxation. I know we're not close to that in terms of property taxes, but obviously every single decimal point increase on your property taxes is pretty massive based on the price of housing these days. Anyways, it's even in Toronto, if Poilievre attacks Olivia Chow, you think he's losing any voters? If anything, he'd gain voters, because there's a lot of people in Toronto who do not like Olivia Chow. Her polling is up right now because she's in her honeymoon period. In a year's time, she's not going to be everyone's favorite mayor anymore. It's actually good for Pierre Poilievre to actually point out those who are responsible for the increased cost of housing. It's people's restrictive zoning laws on the municipal level, the higher property tax on the municipal level, it's some provincial zoning restrictions like that happens in BC to protect different forests and whatnot, and then it's stuff like the crazy high immigration rate we have in this country from the federal level and the crazy high federal taxation rate on both personal income and corporate income. If we actually took care of that stuff and made everything a little bit more sensible and reasonable, housing would be going up faster and it would be all way more affordable. But Poilievre's bad because he called out the problem. I hate that crap in politics, where if you call out the problem, if you do it in a nice way, obviously you do it in a nice way. And Poilievre has not done it in a rude way. He's not been condescending. He's told people how to do their jobs who have demonstrated that they do not know how to do their jobs. But I hate the idea that if you call out a problem, that you're the bad guy for doing it. It's the pure shooting the messenger type mentality. Ugh. Anyways, as a quick aside, I'm running for the Calgary Signal Hill Conservative Party nomination. So on the federal level, if you live in Calgary Signal Hill, buy a Conservative Party membership and vote for me if you want a real conservative who calls out serious problems and takes serious issues seriously. Buy a membership for me. If you don't live in the riding, if you know anyone who does, encourage them to buy a membership. And if you live in any riding, buy a membership, engage in local politics, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal. We need more people. It's not just the idea that I find PPC people push that everyone just needs to abstractly wake up to the problems of the country. No, you actually have to do stuff. Just waking up and being awake doesn't actually make you more effective. What makes you more effective is door knocking, attending meetings, pushing for policy at policy conventions, founding parties if there's no good party in your province, like in Ontario where Doug Ford's PC party is a dubiously conservative party. Get involved and do stuff. I'm getting involved, I'm doing stuff, I'm advocating, but I'm also doing stuff on the ground. Anyway, sorry for the mini rant on engagement, but engage. Basically, engage, wake up every morning, pound the ball downfield a little bit more, because I guarantee you the leftist activists do that every day. If you wonder how they beat you in municipal races, it's because they are always grinding it out and they don't take for granted the idea that the city that they live in is already predetermined to be an NDP city, the way that conservatives, in Calgary, I find over time, say, it's a conservative city, we'll just vote for the conservative guy. You got to work to get that conservative guy elected. You're just not going to walk into the mayor's office and take over. You actually need a real conservative running and people behind him. You can't just wait by in the cheap seats and say, I wonder if people should stop splitting the vote. Well, back one of them. Oh. Anyway, annoys me at all whenever I see people who get really whiny about political outcomes, but also never help out. Oh. So my campaign website, if you live in Calgary Signal Hill, it's whyclaypool.com. It's in the description below. I also have my legal fundraiser in the description below. Myself and the National Telegraph being sued by a billionaire. The case makes no sense. If you click on the Give, Send, Go link, there is a link to the Globe and Mail article of the guy suing us. Our entire article that we had mentioned him in referenced only the Globe and Mail's information about him, yet he's suing us because he doesn't want that information ever being repeated, even though he never sued the Globe and Mail or legally challenged them. So his entire case is meaningless, since you can't sue someone for saying something that everyone else has already said, especially if that thing is true. Anyways, sorry for this becoming a bit of an infomercial at the end. I hope my rambling is at least somewhat enjoyable. But other than that, I will leave you guys here today, and I will be back tomorrow with more videos and in the future with more live streams. Have a great one.
And we don't agree on everything. Like, I pull up some very conservative views where I'm actually more left. I used to be more of a left centralist. Now it seems like I'm a right centralist, but I'm always a centralist. Like, I always try and, even if I don't agree with it, I'd rather hear why it happens. Or why do you feel like this? What is your view? Oh boy. How about, oh boy.
Today, we get into a critical aspect of Canadian politics that has raised eyebrows and sparked widespread discussion. In a world where political ideologies clash, one name has emerged as a beacon of hope. A man who has captivated the hearts and minds of Canadians, challenging the status quo with unwavering conviction. Today, we delve into the life and actions of a leader who could reshape the political landscape. Is Pierre Poilievre the man who can beat Trudeau? Pierre Poilievre is a name that resonates with determination and a relentless pursuit of justice. Through extensive research, we explore the actions and qualities that make him a formidable candidate against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. While Justin Trudeau's time in office has been marked by scandal, broken promises, and questionable choices, Poilievre's track record remains untarnished.
No, I think I'm going to use batting.
And accountability sets him apart.
That way it's like a blanket, but
Poilievre's dedication to
I haven't done quilting in years, but it really...
He listens intently, genuinely connecting with everyday Canadians.
I want to show work I can sew. I'm not just,
As we
and
examine
it
his
makes,
accomplishments, one cannot
your
dismiss
customers
Poilievre's
excited
pivotal
to
role in
see
championing the rights
your
of small
projects
business
as well.
owners.
Like
With
they
his
feel
visionary
better
economic
about,
policies, he promises to deliver a
shopping
prosperous
at your
future for all
location
Canadians.
because they know, okay,
Pierre
these are
Poilievre
active
has shown time
sewers.
and time again his ability to
It's
speak
going to be
truth to
hard,
power.
and I'm going to have to get a
Through his powerful rhetoric, he has
new
challenged the
machine
Trudeau
or something.
government,
Oh my
exposing
God.
their failures and demanding better for the Canadian people. Pierre Poilievre's track record in government and any notable achievements are critical factors.
I'm so
in
excited
evaluating
about
his
this.
candidacy. We examine his
Oh my
past
God, I could
contributions,
totally do
policy
cool
success,
blankets.
and any challenge age has navigated, providing a comprehensive
It
bow
would.
of his
Oh my
political
God,
gifts.
no.
Leading economists and experts recognize
Oh,
Poilievre's
like
sound
a
understanding of fiscal
cushion
responsibility.
cover for my couch,
His
or
plans spark
just
hope,
yoga
offering a way
mat.
forward in tackling Canada's debt and ensuring a
What's
brighter
this will
tomorrow
work
for
out?
generations to come. But it's not just from the political sphere that Pierre Poilievre earns praise. Everyday Canadians from all walks of life have shared heartwarming stories of Poilievre's compassion, his genuine concern for their well-being, and his determination to fight for their rights. A leader who understands the importance of unity. Pierre Poilievre has tirelessly worked towards bridging divides, celebrating Canada's multiculturalism.
I'm so excited, and now I know how much material I need.
Is Pierre Poilievre the man who can beat Trudeau? With a proven track record, unwavering principles,
there is
and a burning
another
passion
like
for Canada, he just might be.
I wanted.
Together,
There's
let us
this
consider
like
the
really
possibilities
cool
and stand with a
fuzzy
leader
cow
who truly
print,
represents the
like
aspirations
fun
of
fur
Canadians.
cow print. It's
time for a new era
and it's
in Canadian
purple
politics.
and white, and it's so
time to
cute.
believe in the power of Pierre
I
As we conclude our analysis,
just gotta
the
plan
question
it out
remains,
before
is
I
Pierre
invest
Poilievre
in
a
it.
TH man who
This
can back
one is
Trudeau?
a good test run.
By
It's a
examining
little
his political
blanket,
background, policy
and it'll be
positions,
perfect for
lavish
like
of
sitting on the
track
couch.
record, popularity,
And
potential
this'll be something.
as a formidable
Bed sheets,
Canadian politics.
pillowcases.
Thank you for watching. Stay updated as the political landscape evolves.
It's like a Barbie world.
Do not miss to like, subscribe, comment, and share.
I know I'm horrible. It's like I'm sure there are people like I wanted that fabric. I'm like, yeah, well, I am a worker, but I'm still actually not under the official employee discount. So yeah, it's like I will, and I can't wait for this blanket. It looks so cute. It looks so damn cute. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm just trying to and there are some little fleecy bits of fairies and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to incorporate them or what I'm going to do with this one. I might make another one. I think this is just, I haven't seen anything like it on Temu or Amazon. And something like this is made with love. I just trying to decide on the batting, like the inside filler for this blanket. I'm thinking, because there is, I'm either going to go really fluffy, But when you go really fluffy, it shifts and it like falls over time. Whereas if you go with a cotton, you're going to have a heavier blanket off the bat. It's not going to be like that fluffy, puffy one. But it's going to have better durability. And I'm thinking, like, if I'm going to spend the time doing a project, it's something to think about. I'm not, it just, I have so much material though. I know like the fluffy batten would just be like so perfect. And then I can make actually little pillows as well to match it. It would be so cute. Oh my goodness. I have, well, and also, this is like awkward. Like, I want to get some really big fabric, but I'm going to actually probably have to ask for help to, like, I've already told work, I can't move big, heavy things anymore right now. But some of these rolls are big, heavy things that I want because they're on. So like some are like $4 a meter. So I could recover my whole mattress in like this amazing velvet and then change it up. And it wouldn't. I want to start getting fancier. I deserve it. I should. Attention Biden voters, please put your sign back up in your yard so the illegals know where to shop for food and shelter. Thank you. Oh God. Okay. And I'm sorry, but play stupid games will win stupid prizes.
Happening around the region now. Police in Northwest Arkansas have arrested these two men after they took turns shooting one another while wearing a bullet-resistant vest. 50-year-old Charles Eugene Ferris and 36-year-old Christopher Hicks were arrested Monday and charged with aggravated assault. The men said they were drinking, probably not surprising, at the time of that incident.
No, really? Like, surprisingly, that's not the only clip I have of though, like incidents like that. See, I had all the clips and all the things, and they all didn't come together at once. This is scary.
I think there's a very specific challenge for the legacy brands like the New York Times and like the Wall Street
scary.
Journal. I mean, interestingly, when there's a big news event, a big world event, people still come to the legacy brands. We still have a lot of trust. But I think you only have to go back. I think we have to maintain that trust, and we have to work at maintaining it in a way that we didn't have to do not so long ago. So if you go back really not that long ago, as I say, we owned the news. We were the gatekeepers, and we very much owned the facts as well.
We need to get rid of the gatekeepers.
Then that was a fact. Nowadays, people can go to all sorts of different sources for the news, and they're much more questioning about what we're saying. So it's no longer good enough for us just to say, this is what happened, or this is the news. We have to explain our working. So readers expect to understand how we source stories. They want to know how we go about getting stories. We have to sort of lift the bonnet, as it were, and in a way that newspapers aren't used to doing, and explain to people what we're doing. We need to be much more transparent about how we go about collecting the news in order to keep that trust.
I think you kind of are losing that trust, but yeah, they're not too happy, are they? Oh God, this is incredible. Like, she's really snaky anyways, but this one...
Seemingly confirming what was apparently an open secret in South Carolina. New reporting from the Daily Mail alleged...
Well, it's also no secret, like, how my feelings about Nikki Haley, but I'm a Canadian citizen. I have no say in the American election. I am just stating I think she's a bitch, and I think this is hilarious. Yeah, you're evil. You're evil, and it's gonna come back
governor
on you.
And current GOP hopeful Nikki Haley had affairs with her communications consultant and a married lobbyist prior to becoming the Palmetto State's chief executive.
Oh,
Two
dirty
eyewitnesses,
girl.
Will Hooks and Larry Merchant, signed affidavits in 2010 alleging they had a sexual relationship with Haley before she went on to become governor. Haley has previously denied the affairs, though GOP insiders in South Carolina alleged the affairs were, quote, brazen and widely known. So, Jessica, this, as mentioned in the opener, were considered open secrets in South Carolina that Nikki Haley had been philandering around the state with members of her party before becoming governor. And I've even heard allegations that it continued while she was governor. Now her husband is in the military and is deployed on occasion, which would give her opportunity.
Wow.
Of course, legally, you have to be careful about what you say. She has denied the affairs, but this Daily Mail report apparently has access to these 2010 sworn affidavits that were previously not available to the public. And in addition, they talked to people from South Carolina who claimed that this was basically
I gotta
done
say,
quite brazenly.
She's either of those gentlemen.
Multiple GOP insiders told DailyMail.com that they were intimately aware of Haley's infidelity as a South Carolina lawmaker, including tales of steamy liaisons in the back of her Cadillac SUV, canoodling in her lover's laps at bars, and nights spent together in a Columbia, South Carolina duplex. The 2010 affidavits, including the one from Folks, say that he engaged in an inappropriate physical relationship that included numerous instances of inappropriate sexual conduct. Says he first kissed Haley in a car in early 2007 and that they had regular trysts in her apartment in downtown Columbia. And the allegations go on, but this is also not the first time that we have heard about allegations that she has been unfaithful to her husband. Pedro Gonzalez reported, I think over a year ago, that she had allegedly been having an affair with Corey Lewandowski, I'm thinking of Christino. That is not Nikki Haley. But anyway, I digress. Christino was accused of having an affair with Corey Lewandowski, who was one of her top advisors. But these South Carolina trysts are apparently, again, an open secret. And I just am kind of baffled that it took this long for them to really be reported publicly. Previously, these affidavits were only covered in very specific local media outlets in South Carolina. I don't know if the media was concerned about being sued, or maybe Boeing just had their missiles trained on any opposition researcher in politics over the past 2 decades. But it seems like, of course, an opportune time for this to drop now, as she is closing the gap on Donald Trump in New Hampshire, supposedly, and is trying to take the nomination away from him. But I don't know. What do you think? Are you surprised to hear about this, Jessica? And do you think the accusations are more likely than not? Or, I mean, what's your take on it?
I would say the accusations are more likely than not, in my opinion, when you get this kind of firsthand testimony on the record about the affair happening and people saying things like, well, it was completely out in the open. So it sounds like there's no hesitation for going on the record and saying this. Of course, when there's cases where the accusations are false and people repeat them and they say them to the media, there's the potential for a defamation lawsuit. And the fact that these sources were so confident that they were willing to go to the papers, to the press, and say, actually, no, this happened a ton. We all saw it, was open, we thought. I think it's the kind of scenario where Nikki Haley hadn't quite made her mental calculation of what her political ambitions would be, and was kind of living the high life of she was she was on the board of Boeing. She was making a ton of money with her career in politics, and it seems if this is true, living kind of recklessly. That kind of a vibe is pretty common for people who are in politics. So I'm not that surprised at all. But it definitely doesn't match the kind of image Nikki Haley has tried to put out about herself. I don't think she wanted to come off as this kind of high roller who made a bunch of money in politics and was living fast and loose, so to speak.
Actually.
But I will say, only thing that would really,
I've followed little Nikki
with this coming out
way
is the
before
fact that
she
women
threw
are held
her
to a
hat
different
in the
standard.
ring.
Of course, Donald Trump
She
has
was
said a bunch of
great in
sexual
the
things,
UN
has
at
been sexually
Syria.
promiscuous, is on his second marriage, has married someone who is an immigrant. He's said all kinds of things that make us believe he was also living fast and loose, but women are definitely held to a different standard, especially in conservative eyes and conservative circles. So I can really see this, potentially hurting her because of that double standard.
Yeah, I feel like for me, it's a little bit less about her being a woman and more about the potential hypocrisy here, because if the allegations are true, then she was engaging in this behavior while her husband was off serving his country, which is especially despicable. And she also has said that the reason she's running for president is because of her husband. I mean, she talks repeatedly about what a family woman she is. And even just to contrast that with Trump, I mean, it's obviously well known that he is pretty much a philanderer. But he has, I don't think, ever really gone on the campaign trail and tried to use his marriage or his family or tout himself as a family traditional values man in order to advance his political career. And so that's why this would be particularly brazen. In fact, one of the men who claims to have had this relationship with her signed the affidavit. Well, for one, they both have very specific dates, locations, details about what happened. So he says, after a night together of dinner and drinks with other participants of a conference, Congresswoman Haley and I returned to the hotel together. We went back to her room where we had sexual intercourse, and I spent the remainder of the evening. I left her room at approximately 6 a.m. And he continues, I came forward publicly only after being contacted by the press and after hearing Haley claim that she had been 100% faithful to her husband in response to the Folks allegations.
He's
when
like,
I knew
no,
her statements were absolutely
you
false.
were
So
drunk
basically,
a
it sounds
night.
like one guy came forward. This affair was alleged in the press. She claimed it was totally false. She was 100% faithful. And so then a second guy came out, which always happens when you lie about these things, right? You always anger the other people that you have allegedly done these things with. He comes forward and signs this affidavit and says, here's exactly what happened. I was involved with Nikki Haley too. And I came forward because I can't deal with the fact that she was lying about this publicly. It's also important, going back to the Fonnie Willis case, very similar situation here. Marchant apparently divorced in 2013, and his wife cited the alleged affair with Nikki Haley in the court papers. So there's a long paper trail of her allegedly being involved with this man, but has denied it for years. And I just think it's pretty stunning that this didn't get more play when she first announced her run for president. I think maybe then people didn't take her as seriously. Then after a couple of decent debate performances, polling pretty well in New Hampshire, maybe people felt like this was the right time to bring this up again. I think it was pretty universally agreed upon when she first launched her campaign that this was all just an effort to get donors, infrastructure, email list up for 2028 when she would have a serious run. Then she found herself being kind of successful, gaining a bit in the polls, and felt like she was going to actually take a real run at this thing, actually try to take out Donald Trump, but may have destroyed her personal life and political career in the process because she got a little bit out ahead of her skis, so to speak. So I'm curious to see if she responds to this. I don't think she has yet, but the affidavits are all linked in this Daily Mail piece. I mean, I definitely am going to dig in and read them in full as soon as we get off of this program, because the allegations are pretty bombastic.
Right, her history of denying what people have testified that she has done, right? There are sworn affidavits. There's now additional people going to the press saying they saw what went down. I think it's going to be one of those situations where it's a conversation between two married people, and they're going to be like, all right, how do we want to handle this? What's going to happen going forward? If her husband didn't know about this and is upset about this, I can see this becoming a much bigger problem for her political career. If this is the kind of scenario where they've already sorted it out between themselves, I can see things moving forward, for Nikki Haley, where she tries to put it behind her. But it seems that there are enough people that care about infidelity and care about dishonesty. I really think you're right.
Okay, who cares what... Like, seriously, I thought that thing had teeth, so if she's getting laid, well done. Like, and I think maybe, like, she has issues. Maybe, like, she's human. And I kind of wanted pictures of these guys. Like, are they hot? I mean, I'd do her husband first. But I'd do her. Maybe with, like, a leash. Okay, I like I said, I've followed her, the United Nations for a while, and she was awful in there. So it's like, if I'm saying crude things about her, it's because, like, I've seen her for a while. I appreciate her work. It's just not the work that should probably be in the government. Sorry, bad joke.
Welcome to Moose on the Loose, your source for
Don't hate
media.
on
My name's
her.
David.
It's
Today
like
we're
she's
talking about
human.
Jordan Peterson as he's back.
She just likes to grab him by the balls.
By the Ontario College of Psychologists for his appeal to their social media retraining he must go through. Now, this is a story, if you haven't followed this, it goes back a few years. He's criticized 3 people in the government, including Gerald Butts, you can see here. This is his article he wrote for the National Post, which I'll link. You guys can go ahead and read the whole thing.
I was blocked by Gerald Butts
but he's criticized Gerald Butts. He's criticized a councilwoman, and the main one, though, he criticized Justin Trudeau. He's been very vocal about how he's a bad leader, how he's a narcissist, how he's a liar, he's an actor. Since then, the Ontario College of Psychologists has revoked Jordan Peterson's license to practice. So he's actually, with all this controversy going down, he shut down his business in 2017, and with his podcast and all that stuff, he's financially wealthy. He makes a lot of money, and as one of the greatest minds in Canada, I don't think anyone has a problem with that. Like, he's helped so many people's lives, yet you got Poopy Pants Justin Trudeau, who likely twisted some arms there to get them to take his license away. Unless there's someone there, I believe there's only 3 people on the board of the psychology council there. Unless one of them had some personal vendetta against him, it's likely because he criticized Trudeau. As you can see here, Canadian psychologist Jordan B. Peterson, disgrace to his profession, forfeits his formal license in consequence of his crimes. That's what they said to him. That's basically, he has to give up his license, or he has to go through their social media experts to go through some social media training at his expense, whatever that means. You're telling this to a guy with 7 million plus followers on YouTube and millions all over the place. If anything, he's the social media expert, let's be honest. And he's one of the most brilliant minds in Canada. This is a disgrace that they would crap on one of our greatest minds. I know he's had a major impact in my life. It's absolutely embarrassing. They should be ashamed for how they're treating this man. I know he's fighting it financially. He can afford to do it because he's fighting up for everyone. As he said multiple times, he's not just fighting this to get his license back. He doesn't need to practice. He's not going to go back and being a practicing psychologist. It's a precedent that you can't just steal someone's hard work like that because you don't align with them politically. There's going to be no doctors and lawyers, butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers who want to put their opinion out on social media. Because if they don't align with Trudeau, then what, he's going to come in and lock their business down? He's going to take their license away? This is... Well, how is this guy still in power? This is just unbelievable. Anyways, let's go over a few things here. So I'll show you a few things that Jordan Peterson has said that has got him into this position.
I think our leader, Trudeau, I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word. I think he's at least narcissistic, at minimum. And I think he's enabled by the useful idiots of the liberal left.
One of the main points that Jordan Peterson pushes back on, and it's something that got me originally thinking, is about climate change and how Justin Trudeau is using this and virtue signaling and anything for climate change, even if it means our entire society has to suffer unbearable amounts. It doesn't make sense when you have, so to have 1.6 of the world's population go into suffering for climate change when it won't even move the needle. It just seems like there's an agenda there. And you can see here this clip of our good buddy here, Justin Trudeau.
That means establishing a shared minimum standard for pricing pollution. Of course, what's even better than pricing emissions is ensuring that they don't happen in the first place. Which brings me to my next major commitment. We'll cap oil and gas sector emissions today and ensure they decrease tomorrow at a pace and scale needed to reach net zero by 2050.
Justin Trudeau is the biggest hypocrite in the world. This is a guy who took 2 giant planes to get to Jamaica and back for his Caribbean vacation. He doesn't give a damn about the carbon in the atmosphere. He doesn't give a damn about climate change. The amount of vacations he takes, fly over to Tofino for a weekend to go surfing. He burns more carbon in 1 year than I will in my entire lifetime. So, but he doesn't like it when someone with a big voice like Jordan Peterson is criticizing him. Here's Jordan Peterson ripping Trudeau on the Lex Fridman podcast.
Do you think there's a degree to which power changed him?
If you're not suited for the position, if you're not the man for the position, you can be absolutely 100% sure that the power will corrupt you. How could it not? I mean, at the least, if you don't have the chops for the job, you have to devalue the job to the point where you can feel comfortable inhabiting it. So, yes, I think that it's corrupted him. And I mean, look at him doubling down.
So this is all coming up now because Jordan Peterson put in an appeal. He wanted to put in some more evidence for the College of Psychologists to look at. They barely brushed him. They basically brushed him aside. They said, "No, there's nothing you can do here." They basically, he's done with his legal recourse with them now. He has to go through their social media training to get his license back. And this is just insulting to this man. It's insulting to all Canadians, frankly. I'm going to read a small section here of Jordan Peterson's article from the National Post, which will be linked up down below if you want to check out the full thing. It hits at home right here. So Jordan Peterson says, Canadians, mark my words, your much vaunted Charter of Rights isn't worth the paper it's printed on. As one of its last remaining signatories has been continually striving to indicate, your right to free speech is essentially non-existent, as evident by the court's decision we are now considering. You have almost no rights to property. Your rights to mobility can be taken away without consequence at any moment, as they were very recently. You can all too easily become the indentured servant of anyone you dare to hire. Your tax load is going to continue to increase, and rapidly. Your economy is predicted to be the worst performing of any developing country for the next 3 decades, and that failure will be trumpeted positively as the degrowth necessary to save the planet, thus so conveniently providing those who, like Justin Trudeau, have no interest in monetary policy to provide their ignorance and Machiavellian idiocy as a positive virtue. I'm saving the planet is a get-out-of-jail-free card for any and all crimes and justification for a grab for power, the likes of which we've never seen. Yeah, well said, Dr. Peterson. Scary times when you have people's licenses being taken away because they don't agree with you politically. At this point, Jordan Peterson he's stated on social media he's going to pursue some other avenues. He hasn't stated what that is. We don't know what's next, but the man is well connected. He is wealthy. So I'm interested to see what he plans to do. And at this point, I sure hope that he has most of his money not in Canada because it clearly isn't safe there. Because at any point, Justin Trudeau could just take that away like he did with the Freedom Convoy. With 200 people locking bank accounts, locking credit cards, not letting people to pay their mortgages. And shame on you, all the banks. You guys are disgraceful for going along with that.
Yeah.
There's only one bank that's come back and apologized for being a part of that atrocity. So at this point, our freedom's being taken away. And someone like that, I could totally see Trudeau locking his bank account, taking all his money away, and just saying, I don't like what you're doing. I use this. I invoked this thing that my daddy put in there 40 years ago, and I'm taking your money away. I could totally see him doing that.
This is bad.
It's just that's the state.
This is bad, and it was deemed illegal.
At this point, we've got a little under 2 years
nothing's
until
being
Pierre
done.
Poilievre takes
Nothing
over and
will
hopefully
be
undoes
done.
all of this stuff.
Welcome to
Trudeau
China.
has put in. Hope you guys stay warm, stay fed.
Zombie land. Pretty much. Happy Groundhog Day. Oh God, this is scary.
Trees still toppling at this hour, the ground saturated. There are hundreds of homeowners struggling with homes ripped apart by downed trees. Lake Oswego still one of the hardest hit in our local area. Power out in parts, still dozens and dozens of trees downed. The wind and rain not helping. Coin 6 was out today in one section called Lake Forest that was hard hit. We talked with the homeowner of this home, struck by 2 old growth fir trees last Saturday. A husband and wife were home, their children down the street playing. The first tree fell through the master bedroom. No one in there at the time. Soon after, Carolyn McGrath says she was outside. She saw the second tree falling and screamed to her husband, who was inside, to get out. Despite being on crutches from knee surgery, he and the family dog dove out of the way.
It's just shock. Like, what are the odds? Like, I'm just glad I'm here. I'm glad my kids were down the street, down and sledding, and my wife was out of the house. Like, it's scary. Like, it makes you think about, like, material things don't matter. Like, your family is what matters.
Now, the family is staying with friends and getting support from them and the community.
That's freaky. That is freaky, you know? Oh, wow. This one was a big one.
In a tragic incident today on January 21st, a plane originating from India en route to Moscow has reportedly crashed in the Wakhan region of Badakhshan, Afghanistan. Afghanistan media has reported that the crash occurred in the rugged terrain of Topkhane mountain, spanning the districts of Karan, Manjan and Zibak within the province. The head of information and culture for the Taliban in the Badakhshan has confirmed the incident, revealing that it involved a passenger plane. As of now, official sources have not provided information on casualties or the cause of the crash. The uncertainty surrounding this tragedy has left many anxiously waiting for the updates.
I'll try and find that. I'm sure I'll find it somewhere along the line.
Dispatched a team to verify the details
sorry,
on the
my
ground.
eye hurts.
Indian authorities said that none
Everything
of India's
hurts.
regular flight fly that route. The authorities are currently checking if it was a private or a chartered flight. Reports are trickling in, suggesting that there may be casualties, but the precise aircraft type and the number of passengers on board remain unknown for now. The lack of concrete information adds to the distress of families and concerned individuals awaiting news about their loved ones. Rescue teams are facing significant challenges due to the difficult terrain, marking and making access to the crash site a formidable task. This incident reminds us of the unprecedented nature of air travel and the importance of thorough investigations to determine the cause of such tragedies. Stay tuned as we continue to monitor developments in the story.
Subscribe to One India channel and never miss an update.
Yeah, we're having like a lot of activity. Like, there was a 3.2 earthquake reported southwest of San Francisco Zoo at a depth of 9.4. Hawaii had a 2.8. Puerto Rico had a 2.7. Bolivia had a 4.5. Hawaii, you expect it and stuff. There was a 4.5 and a 4.5 in Indonesia and India, and a 4.8 in the Philippines. All today. And I think I felt one, but it's like it could have been a big truck, you know. Unless it's like really shaking, I'm not too concerned. You know. It's just nice knowing what's going on in other parts of the world. Yeah.
Unless you've been living under a rock, then there's a good chance you've heard of the Black Alien Project. This individual tattooed his entire body black, removed his nose, inked his eyeballs, and got rid of 2 of his fingers, all for the sole goal of looking like an alien. But recently, he's opened up about the huge struggles and hardships of looking like this. So what exactly are these struggles, and is he finally starting to regret his decision? Or is the Black Alien Project getting ready to do one of the most extreme modifications anyone could think of? Let's rewind a little, going back in time. The Black Alien Project began its journey a few years ago, going from a rather good-looking man who could probably steal your girl to something out of a horror movie. He's removed his lips, his ears are gone, teeth sharpened into points while being dyed purple, eyeballs inked black, then inked again to turn green,
And let's not forget the many subdermal implants he has all over his body. Now, we've only just skimmed over some of his modifications here, because I've already made a detailed video on him before, and you should probably check that out first, and then come back and watch this one. But for the legends that are already caught up to speed, let's continue. Black Alien is now 45% complete, and while he's amassed over 1.2 million followers on Instagram, and has a lot of people supporting him, shockingly, he gets a ton of flack as well. But the difference this time around is that it really seems like it's catching up to him, and it's a constant battle for him every day. Cause you see, a while back, Black Alien liked to go out at night, settle down somewhere and play a role. However, recently on a podcast with Club 113, he claimed he doesn't do that anymore because now, something like that could get really dangerous. You could imagine what would happen, right? He comes out at night doing something like that to the wrong people, one thing leads to another, and, things won't end well. Anyways, on a day-to-day basis, people constantly shout at him, curse, run away screaming, and some will even do religious gestures when they see him. But Black Alien now tries to go out of his way to make people feel more comfortable, especially towards the elderly and kids. At night, if he were to cross paths with them, he would just move to the other side of the street because he knows his appearance could be very shocking. Another one of his problems is that he struggles trying to find a job and earn a living. People just keep judging him based.
I have no idea why. Like, I'm sure he would be great. Like, when you listen to him, he's actually not a bad guy, but it's like, you're gonna pretty much, like, you do all this, and then it's like, I kind of regret my lifestyle choices. It's like, I don't know why. I'm so confused. Everything's confusing these days.
Off his looks. Oh, and let's not forget all the identification issues. His phone no longer recognizes his Face ID, and while we can get our passports and other documentations given to us within a couple of weeks, for him, it's a whole other problem. Sometimes taking up to a year to get figured out. Now, despite what a lot of people think,
I don't no idea why. No, I'm so
effects of all the procedures
I have no idea why.
This knows very well he's playing with his health doing these modifications, and confessed it's rather hard on his body, but he just can't stop. In a way, all these modifications are like an addiction.
Yeah.
And doing as much work to his body as he's done, Black Alien says he's constantly in pain. However, for him, the pain is normal. Just imagine that for a second.
Okay.
Think of the worst pain you've ever had in your life, and now you have to feel it all day, every day. This is what essentially...
No, I am in pain. Why would you do this to yourself? It's just dumb. But if this is like really how you identify as a Black Alien, which actually fits into some of my earlier ones with the unidentified objects Air Canada saw. I hate to say it like this, but was it Trudeau's jet? Because it could have just been like residuals from the crack he's smoking.
This man's living like, and he's
I don't know.
with it. Anyways, he says when enough time goes by and the pain subsides, he knows it's time to get a new modification.
Who knows these days?
And at the same time, he's extremely fascinated with how his brain and body adapts to his new enhancement. When asked if he noticed the difference between having 3 fingers instead of 5, surprisingly, the answer here was no.
I almost want to get rid of this one. It hurts so bad. See,
now, despite all the setbacks
I could
and
still
negative
do
reactions
it,
he gets
and
from people,
if this one didn't hurt so much,
in fact, one of his future modifications
I'm working it out.
Anyone's ever seen. He clarified that after he alters his face some more, he's moving on to remove one of his legs from the knee down. And while every one of us watching and listening to this thinks that this is absolutely absurd, he even admits that it's something really hard for him to do, for the fact that his legs are perfectly healthy. He didn't go too much into detail about his leg modification, but he did play around with the idea of prosthetics and what technology could do for him in regards to his transformation.
A lot of people also wonder how he prepares for his enhancements. Mentally, he says it's something you can't prepare for. He doesn't know what's going to happen after or how it's going to affect him. He just goes on living in that moment. And even though he's putting his life in jeopardy with his mission, he says it's no different than anything else. Because anyone can die out of nowhere. Things ranging from car accidents to people getting a stroke from a young age.
But don't complain you can't find work
that's what he says he
because
is. Anyways, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Doing all
Let me know in the
this.
comment sections below. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on this journey to 100%. So make sure to subscribe with the bell notifications on so you don't miss that. Destroy that like button for the algorithms, and I'll see you guys next Saturday.
Good channel. Oh, yeah, he was indicted. We'll see how that one plays out.
Hey everybody, Marcel, Ernie Racing YouTube channel. Today in the news, excuse me, good morning, sun's coming in. Alright, so we're going to do a story on Russia says that its military is investigating the origins of Monster and claims that U.S. officials hindered investigations into the origin of the Monster one-niner. Get my code word there? Let's go look at the article. Okay, so here is the article, January 15th on TASS, T-A-S-S. And the title again is The U.S. Hindered the Probe into Monster Origin. Pfizer, Moderna harvested profits, says the Russian military. Now, this is really interesting. It's really cool that we're going to get a full report from the Russian military into the origins of the monster. I mean, we all seen the information already in the the secret documents, and over the last 2.5 years of all the information and common sense coming out, and the denial. I mean, we're on CensorTube. It's so hard to talk about this, but I got to use code words for everything. Yeah. But back to the Wuhan, the market, when there's an actual biological research facility just down the road doing gain of function, and they're like, oh, the Wuhan market, yeah, that's where it came. not that we're studying and creating the exact same thing just down the road, right? Okay. According to Igor Krylov, sorry guys, it's early in the morning, that's my excuse. The list of people involved in the Monster one-niner relief fraud also include top managers from a number of U.S. contracting organizations, namely, we're going to name names, Nita Madhav, I just woke up, who was CEO of Metabiota, and Peter Daszak, president of EcoHealth Alliance. Maybe we should sign some photos of these. All right, yeah, so another old man with not much hair.
Oh my God, this is going to
And so Dr. Peter Daszak, president of EcoHealth Alliance, he's actually a zoologist, so, he treats us all like animals, right? Dr. Peter is president of EcoHealth Alliance, a U.S.-based organization that conducts research and outreach programs on global health, conservation, and international development. Yes. It's been instrumental in identifying and predicting the origins and impacting of emerging diseases across the globe. This includes identifying the bat origin of SARS. Holy crap!
Yeah,
he actually says on his website, president of freaking EcoHealth Alliance,
since 2019,
but he was the one who identified the bat origin of SARS. Can you believe that? Man, freaking bullshit. Yeah, so just like they're pushing their bullshit about the Monster one-niner, right? That's just another version. All right, let's keep going, guys. So Moscow, January 15th, TASS. A former CIA chief and ex-Secretary of Health of the United States and a former White House medical advisor hampered a probe into the origins of the Monster one-niner, while Pfizer and Moderna harvested profits from substandard flares. Code word. Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov, head of the Russian Armed Forces Radiological, Chemical, and Biological Defense Troops, the RCBD, said in a briefing on Monday. So this is coming from their Russian Armed Forces Radiological, Chemical, and Biological Defense Troop leader, former CIA chief. No. Among other people who had a hand in spreading the C-demic and capitalized on selling substandard flares, he mentioned Gina Haspel, who was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, in 2018 to 2021. So the CIA, this past director, made it rich on the C-demic.
No,
there you have it, guys. That is Gina Haspel, the director, who was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Why is this woman? Why was she the director of the CIA from 18 to 21? That 3-year period, right? Just before former U.S. Oh man, there's another picture of Gina. Just so we know the enemies, guys. And the first thing I do is if I search up Gina, there's from Germany. The ECCHR, Germany, a criminal complaint against CIA Director Gina Haspel, who was possibly responsible for the torture of detainees in a secret prison or black site in Thailand. It goes on, in late 2002, Gina Haspel was appointed chief of base of the CIA secret prison in Thailand known as Cat's Eye. During this time, she oversaw the torture of al-Nashiri, potentially also other detainees. Enhanced interrogation, they quoted, which included waterboarding and other forms of torture. So back to the article here. Among other people who had a hand in spreading the C-demic and capitalized on selling the substandard flares, there was Gina Haspel and former U.S. Secretary Alex Azar, and of course the infamous Anthony Fauci, U.S. President Slug Joe Biden's chief medical advisor during the Monster 19er C-demic. So Anthony Fauci, U.S. and his chief medical advisor, he is the one. Also, it's funny how they read these things or write them. Also, the CEO of Pfizer and Moderna pharmaceutical manufacturers, Albert Bourla. We all know Bourla when he was chased down by Rebel News. Oh, at the WEF, which is coming up around the corner again, guys. The World Economic Forum is around the corner. We're going to have to see what's going on again, and with this, backdoor decisions and front door trying to catch them on camera. Who goes there and whatever. Albert Bourla and Stefan Bancel harvested excessive profits from selling dangerous medications, the general added. According to Kirillov, the list of people involved in the Monster 19er relief fraud also include top managers from a number of U.S. contracting organizations, namely Nida Madhav, who was the CEO of Metabiota, and Peter Desnek. Yeah, we're rereading this thing. U.S. and Ukrainian officials mentioned at the briefing are just a few people. So you got the U.S. Ukrainian officials involved in the military biological activities, the Russian general said, adding that more information would be submitted for a military investigation. And that's the end of that article. And so anyways, guys, I'm going to put this on the Canadian journalists because this could just throw a strike like crazy on CensorTube. What are your thoughts, guys? What are your thoughts into having this whole thing be done, a report through Russia, and will you be paying attention to the results?
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of cutting some fabric. Oh my God, this is going to be so cute. Like the fabric I got is just, sometimes when you get a project and it comes together, it's fabulous. And I'll figure out the batting because I'm thinking just kind of something cute for my other couch or even this one. If this project works out for the other couch, then I'll do this couch. But because I'd rather just shift. It's beautiful, but I'd rather just shift it out. I don't know. No, I'm just like halfway cutting, and then I'll have enough. I didn't even plan it. And like, well, it's like I can see it in my head sometimes. Like, I can just envision how much fabric I need for a project. Like, it was drilled into me at UVic, like the military. So, some of this artwork is beautiful. Oh boy, yeah.
The Canadian military disregarded legal advice in imposing vaccine mandates.
Oopsie
A journal document
daisies.
from Epoch Times obtained shows. Now, I wanted to get some legal advice on this story.
I'll be right back. I need to finish
I found
this.
the best legal advice here. Catherine Christensen of Valor Legal, thank you so much for joining me today. You are representing a few different lawsuits against the Canadian military, the Canadian Armed Forces, to sue the government for their imposition of vaccine mandates on the unwilling members of the force.
Okay.
What do you make of this story?
Well, I was quite intrigued to see the story, and it appears to me that somehow the Epoch Times got their hands on a briefing from the Judge Advocate General, who are the lawyers for the generals and admirals in Ottawa. And what it appears to be is my legal cases suing the Canadian Armed Forces appears to be on the right path, because it's quite clear that the Chief of Defense Staff was told by his own lawyers not to bring in the mandate, that he couldn't do it. So that's a major thing, and that's what I've been saying for 2.5 years now.
So they've made your case for you. I mean,
pretty much.
Oh, okay. So, and this is leaked information. I'm assuming this isn't stuff that they wanted to get out there. Interesting timing.
No, they
top
actually
officials signing off, taking an end of career approach at this point. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah. So this news story breaks, and it kind of really took off, of course, because of the topic. And then the next day, the Chief of Defense Staff, Wayne Eyre, announced that he's retiring. And shortly after that came out, then it also announced that Jody Thomas is retiring. And she was the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of National Defense when the mandates were introduced. So they are both defendants in the two mass torts that I'm bringing.
Right, right. Well, they'll still have to show up. Obviously, this is part of how the legal system works. You can't back out of that just because you change jobs. But
yeah, I did tweet out to General Eyre to leave his forwarding address because he's got some depositions.
Okay, okay, right. Bold of you. That's interesting. So you didn't see this document. This is something that's been leaked by the Epoch Times. Is that correct?
That's what it is. Yeah, I haven't seen the actual document.
Now, what is this?
My kind of best guess.
So I'm going to leave a link for everybody in the description down below. They can all go read the article from themselves. I was interested to learn of certain things that were mentioned in this about how far they went with the measures of coercion, going as far as having soldiers stay in tents outdoors in the middle of winter, and then even denying them heaters until they then acquiesced and went along with this vaccination program.
Gee, why is
and we're talking about informed
know.
consent here. This is the biggest issue of your lawsuit, but also of a moral case in this here in Canada, where people are legitimately were coerced into going along with this program, this vaccination program. And I know a lot of people think when you join the military, you relinquish a lot of your rights, but this is definitely not one of the rights you relinquish. That's correct, right?
No. Yeah, in fact, if you join the Canadian military, you don't give up any rights as a Canadian citizen.
Yeah.
Where people get confused with that is that you do sign on for what's called ultimate liability. So you agree that if it's required during a military mission that you surrender your life or
perhaps there's permanent disability, that you're willing to do that.
Yeah,
That's ultimate liability. But that doesn't deny you any of your rights at all.
Including your right to informed consent on something
Yes.
like
In fact, the Military External Review Committee, looking at grievances about the COVID mandates, actually has said that Section 7, bodily autonomy, was breached by ordering them to have these shots.
Absolutely.
So where is your lawsuit at the moment?
Oh my
What
God,
stage?
so
I mean, I
perfect.
understand that there's two of
It's
them.
gonna
There's
be
one
so
with over
perfect.
300 CAF members, and then there's also one with, I believe, just over 100
It's so close.
CAF members. That it's not like
It's
a
so
class
close.
action
I
lawsuit.
just
We're
cut it
understanding this
wrong.
now. You can't just join in after the fact. So if there's another lawsuit, this is the reason for
but
the
it
second
fits
one.
so well.
How is that coming?
Oh my God!
Well,
so
it's very
cool.
interesting because the Crown was supposed to provide us with what's called an affidavit of documents by the end of November. And that basically is a list or an index of all of their evidence that they have to defend against the lawsuit. So we served ours. They're supposed to serve them theirs back in 30 days. Ours is over 150 pages of just a list of the documents that we have. They failed to do it. They didn't produce the evidence. So I went ahead and I put a motion into the court to say that I want them to produce their that list of documents within 15 days. If they don't, I want their defense struck, and that leaves them without a defense. And I go from there, say they didn't defend. The Crown got quite angry with me for doing this. It's still before the courts, but done by written argument. So I'm waiting on a judge to make a decision. But then they tried to say that they wanted this all done by their own rules. And I was like, no, I'm going to go by the rules of court. Thank you.
Well, you'd assume that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm new to this whole legal game, and I've been watching a bunch of cases since the pandemic. And I know a lot of Canadians have been watching a lot of cases. A lot of people like to say they know what they're talking about law. I tend to go with the experts. So one of these tactics that I've been seeing go along, and this has been in a lot of cases, where they don't bring their defense forward right away, and then they wait for last minute, and then they dump a bunch of documents on the other side. Is this what you suspect that they're trying to do in there, or was it just like government work? They just never get anything done.
I think there's some strategy to it. I think it's they're trying to stretch things out, trying to run a game, because we're coming close to changing governments. So the question becomes, do they want to deal with this before the Liberals are gone, or do they want to leave it for the Conservatives to deal with? So I think that's part of it in the background. But the other part of it is that I think they're worried. I think when they see what the documents that we have, because not all of our access to information requests have been fulfilled.
I'm just making pillows and
Office of the Information Commissioner just brought a lawsuit against the Department of National Defense because they're refusing to get documents that we've asked for. Right. So the Information Commissioners brought their own lawsuit against Canadian Armed Forces. And another example is when General Fortin sued them, his lawsuit was settled because they produced no documents. They produced no evidence. They said, oh, his emails and notes didn't exist. And he's saying, yes, they did, because I wrote them. I know that there's emails. That you don't persecute a general at that level with nothing of record. And we've got another one that the Information Commissioner is looking into, where the information request from the Office of the Commissioner sent us a letter saying the Canadian Armed Forces says these items that you're looking for don't exist. Dated on the same day as a letter from the Canadian Armed Forces saying, oh, we already sent you those documents.
Fuck that. Holy shit, man.
So which is it?
Which is
they
it?
have them?
Good questions.
Or do they not have them? So
It sounds like a game that they're playing here.
Yeah, they're well known for playing this game. It really came out in the Admiral Norman trial, where a whistleblower came forward and said that they had changed all the file names so that when you searched for anything with Admiral Norman, it wouldn't show up. and they'd say there's no record.
No, they wouldn't do that.
So, question is, with this data dump and us getting this, this is basically a big present for you in your case. If you win your case, what are the consequences of this moving forward?
The consequences is it opens the door for abuse of power lawsuits in public service, RCMP. Certainly, some of the other civilian ones could try to use the same argument that we brought forward, that they went way over their bounds, abused charter rights, abused people, and so it opens that door.
Well, justice is what people are looking for, and that's something we're hoping to see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christian, Catherine, for joining me today, and for all the work that you're doing on the legal side. I know it's frustrating and it takes time, but thank you for being there fighting for us.
You're very welcome, and I look forward to bringing the vaccine injury lawsuit against Veterans Affairs here shortly.
Well, I'll have you back to talk about that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh God, these are gonna be so cute. Oh, these are gonna be the cutest little pillowcases. Well, they'll probably be really disturbing to any man that comes over, but I think they're cute. It's very Barbie. It's like fuzzy pink. I love it. French President Emmanuel Macron spoke about the importance of addressing issues in the Middle East, combating terror groups, and advocating for aid and interventions in Gaza, along with the call for an immediate ceasefire. Now, see, that's just kind of an oxymoron. We're going to skip over this. And wow, this is not a good one. I don't think this is a good idea. Just saying.
Canada Post is selling off its IT and logistics department. It's part of the Crown Corporation's efforts to modernize and save money. Experts say the move is an essential first step if it wants to survive. Marina von Stackelberg is in Ottawa, and you wrote about this shakeup for Canada Post, so tell us what's happening.
Yeah, so as you mentioned there, this is significant. 2 businesses with Canada Post, both being sold off in a matter of 2 weeks. Their in-house IT department, which is called Innova Post, employing some 750 people, as well as their logistics group, SCI Group, which employed about 3,000 people. This is part of major restructuring as this Crown Corporation continues to lose money year over year. In 2022, Canada Post lost more than nearly $500 million, just a little over $500 million. And so Canada Post would not provide us an interview, but did give us a statement saying that for the past 2 years, they have been putting in a transformation plan. I want to read what they said here. The plan positions the company for growth in Canada's e-commerce market while delivering on its core mandate of providing reliable delivery of mail packages and parcels to every Canadian address. Now, Canada Post is struggling with a decline in mail as costs go up. I spoke with Ian Lee. He's a professor of business at Carleton University here in Ottawa, and he has researched the decline of Canada Post. Have a listen to what he had to say.
Within, I think, 5 years to 7 years, letter mail as we know it will be gone. And that is the core business. That's the bread and butter and the backbone of Canada Post. So they're literally disappearing before our eyes. What they're doing is starting to restructure because they're starting to finally face that reality.
So experts I spoke to say it's a good idea for Canada Post to outsource things like IT and logistics, things that they're not experts at, and they could probably get done cheaper by someone else. The union, however, thinks that the future of Canada Post is actually in increasing services, things like postal banking or check-ins and seniors. They say that would be profitable for the company, but experts I spoke to say that may bring in money, but it could also bring in extra costs and might not be profitable. And so Canada Post should really focus on its core mandate, which is delivering mail and parcels.
So Marina, will this be enough to save Canada Post?
Experts say no. They say that Canada Post needs to aggressively and quickly move into the e-commerce market because we're not sending letters, but we are definitely buying a lot of things online and getting it delivered to our homes. And so this market is booming, but Canada Post has been very slow to get into this market when other companies like Amazon have. And so Canada Post has opened a new processing facility. They say will double their capacity to process packages. But experts still say that they might have missed the boat on this and that they might need to move faster. They're suggesting that Canada Post use its 16 million addresses to work with other companies to deliver mail directly to people where they need it.
Very interesting story. Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa.
Awesome. Okay. I got my first pillowcase on the go. Really quite impressed with this. I'm probably making them too big, but I got like 2 pillowcases, like a mattress and a blanket, and it's gonna look perfect for my other couch. And just deciding, like, do I want to do foam for the bottom? I might do foam. It's just really expensive. Oh, it's so expensive. But I want to, like, that way, like, it's good practice.
Humans may be fueling global warming by breathing. Okay,
Yeah,
can
you
all
gotta
the people
stop
who wanted the
breathing
paper
now.
straws wrapped in plastic, can you stand up, please? Okay, hold your breath. All the people who identify as French toast or whatever and watch CNN, you can hold your breath too. And if you can't hold your breath for long enough, you can just trade in your old paper mask for one of these new plastic ones. Because, you know, I'm not that big on the environment, but I'm down to save the planet.
I'm so proud of this.
One idiot at a time.
I'm so proud. This is going to turn out so well. Like, oh my goodness. It is like the ultimate, like, Barbie Rainbow Bright. Well, I priced it out, like, on Chimo. So I thought, like, this is a very simple project. And, you know, if I can pull this one off, I can invest in other ones, you know, and maybe people will buy them. That maybe when, especially if, like, it's from a live stream or like, or even showing, like, I want to show you what I'm doing, but it's also, I was swearing a lot trying to cut all that fabric with my shitty scissors, so we ain't showing that today. Nope, more Tom McDonald.
Breaking news. NYPD forced to pay out $13.7 million to BLM rioters for violating their rights. What? I got drunk and took a shit on a cop car once and all I got was arrested. I would have threw a brick through the window and lit that motherfucker on fire if I knew they were paying people for it. $10,000 for destroying private businesses and causing a violent public disturbance? It's kind of ironic how the people who wanted to defund the police now want funds from the police. I've been avoiding doing stupid like destroying other people's property for like 30 years because I thought it would get me in trouble, not get 3 months of my rent paid. Are we really encouraging this type of stupidity now? That's what we're doing? We're rewarding people for acting like morons? Well, if that's the case, if we're paying people for being dumb, we better hurry the up and fund the police because they already owe the millennials trillions. Hey, anyone who saw through that BLM scam and didn't donate, I guess you don't have a choice now. Because that $14 million lawsuit, it's not coming from the police department. It's coming from the taxpayers. Good thing gas, groceries, medicine, and
that's
rent
where
are so
all
cheap,
these lawsuits are coming from.
Otherwise,
it's coming
I don't know how
from
the taxpayers could ever afford this.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I guess I'm against the weather if I say anything. And happy Groundhog Day. Dun dun dun. Wow. Oh God.
Good evening from London. Welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Every so often, the West Coast tech giants are hauled over to the East Coast of the United States for a ritual humiliation at the hands of the US Senate. They land a few punches.
I'll be back in a minute. I kind of want those CFP
generated, and you end up with some very powerful people looking pretty uncomfortable. Nothing normally really changes. When it comes to an issue as serious as child abuse, it surely has to. Yesterday, the head honchos of tech giants Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, and X appeared in Congress to face questions on the serious harm their products are causing to children. Some of the exchanges were toe curling.
They're gonna
None
look
more
so
so
cool.
than the moment Mark Zuckerberg,
And then,
who runs Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, attempted to explain why some content flagged
is it
as
gonna
child
be
abuse on
awesome?
Instagram somehow remains available to view.
This material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find it by promoting graphic hashtags, including hashtag head whore and hashtag preteen sex to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users two choices.
Pretty,
resources
yeah.
Or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
Look at him. His body language. He knows he fucked up. But he does this double talk. But you look at his body language, he's very careful because he's gone to court a lot of times. But he knows he fucked up bad. Bad.
In what sane universe is there a link for see results anyway?
Exactly.
Because we might be wrong. Well, yeah, you might be. But really, that's the excuse? Surely if there is any risk whatsoever that images of child abuse are being shared, they must be instantly removed. How can any sane person argue otherwise? Senator Lindsey Graham was loudly cheered by watching parents when he said this.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
Well, he has a product that's incredibly popular, and it's made him incredibly rich. Other people use Facebook very safely, and there's no problem with that. It's one of the most successful companies in history. But the people that were cheering there were parents whose children had been victims of horrific exploitation on those platforms, or whose children had taken their lives. Well, Mark Zuckerberg made this apology.
Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
And Shark, everything that you've all gone through is terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
Well, despite his rather unfortunate tendency to look and sound like an AI-generated lawyer, I do believe Mark Zuckerberg wants his products to be a force for good in the world. And at least he had the decency to turn around and apologize to those parents. He wasn't by any means the only tech giant boss there. They were all there. But he was the one that did that, and credit to him for doing so. This is the way the modern world communicates. It's where we're entertained and educated. Social media. It's integral to our lives. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to get bigger and bigger. That's exactly why we need to trust that the people in charge of it know what they're doing and do it properly. One thing they're very good at is keeping us safe from content they find distasteful. We might remember the scandal of the Hunter Biden laptop, which disappeared from your Facebook news feed, disappeared from Twitter, it was called then, deliberately censored by big tech. And as a result, Joe Biden won the election, and we'll never know whether the scandal, had it been properly allowed to permeate through social media, because it was all true, might have tipped the balance towards Donald Trump to serve a second term. And yet, ironically, Facebook, along with others, moved quickly to ban Trump himself from their platforms for 3 years. Well, currently, the Piers Morgan Uncensored Facebook page appears to have been shadow banned too. This is a regular occurrence where if they don't really like the look of some content, they just downplay it for the audience so that people don't see it. I don't think that's right. I think that's a form of censorship too. Meta makes $100 billion a year profit It's time to invest less of it in sanitizing opinions and more on keeping children safe. And that applies to all those other platforms too. Well, to discuss that and more, I'm joined by Seth Dillon, CEO of the satirical news site Babylon Bee, the computer scientist and author of Arguments for Deleting Your Social Media Accounts Right Now, Jaron Lanier, and the entrepreneur and host of Roundtable, Mario Norfolk. Well, welcome to you. It's a pretty star-studded tech pack, this actually. Let me start with you, Seth. CEO of Babylon Bee, hugely successful digital platform. When you watched all these guys like Zuckerberg yesterday squirming away and being held to account by people who've suffered serious harm, lost their children in some cases, what did you feel about that?
Well, I don't take pleasure in them suffering through a moment like that. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they feel good about the fact that there are kids who have committed suicide or have dealt with bullying and harassment or who have had exploitative material of them shared online. I don't think that they feel good about that, but they do bear some responsibility for it in the sense that their platforms are doing a very poor job of policing themselves and taking these things down. They care a lot more about jokes that they don't like, apparently, than they do about content like this, because they catch that stuff and take it down right away. And sometimes this content, this really offensive or unlawful content, stays up for an extended period of time, and it's difficult for them to get it down. So they do have some explaining to do. But I don't feel good about seeing them raked over the coals for it. I'd like to see some actual solutions rather than just these conversations where they show up and we throw some punches at them and they leave a little bruised and battered but don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, Mario, I follow your stuff on X, and you're a relentless tweeter. You tweet a lot of exciting stuff, and a lot of it's very interesting. A lot of it's pretty full on, and I would argue as well, probably more for an adult consumer than I would feel comfortable with a child following some of it, because you cover wars and everything else. Do you think there's a line? I mean, is there a limit to what should be put on these platforms?
There is, but who's to decide those limits? Like, that hearing was a circus. You got the same people behind. So someone just called me, I apologize. So you got the same people behind a lot of these, and put focus mode. A lot of this censorship. Yeah. So sorry, I just put it on Do Not Disturb. So the same people behind this censorship. So censoring information about COVID that they call misinformation. Censoring information when it comes to election interference and what they consider to be misinformation again. And now they're using a topic that is the right thing to censor, illegal content, but suddenly they care. And you got senators, Elizabeth Warren, Mark Warner, Amy Klobuchar. They were behind a lot of that censorship over the last few years. Right. But now suddenly they need to censor certain content. It's illegal. Right, social media companies need to do more. And I just find it ridiculous.
Do you self-censor? I mean, is there a lot of stuff you don't post because you think actually younger people shouldn't see this?
Our audience is not younger people. So if you want to hold me as...
But how do you know that?
Exactly. So it's difficult for me. So my content is out there. How do you prevent young people from seeing that content? Okay. Obviously, banning children from getting to social media content, as some people propose, is a stupid idea. You try banning children from porn websites. All you do is get a disclaimer. Are you above the age of 18? Yes or no? That's it. That's not going to work. So the solution, in my opinion, is a lot trickier than what these guys make it out to be. You've got these senators essentially using this as an opportunity to show that they care. But the bigger agenda is not child exploitation. They don't care as much as they show it. They care about their specific agendas that they're trying to sneak in under the umbrella of censoring content like child porn, which should be censored.
Right. Let me bring in Jaron Leonard. Jaron, you're a computer scientist. You've done a lot of research into this kind of thing. I've been struck by this. There's been an epidemic of anxiety amongst young people around the world at precisely the same period of time in society when there's been an explosion in social media and the ready availability of what I would call dopamine hit material of all kinds, whether it's pornography, whether it's warfare, whatever it is, it's constant. And they're sharing it and they're being exposed to it. I get exposed to it and I'm 58 years old and I know it has a bit of an effect on me sometimes. During the Israel-Hamas war, it's been really harrowing to see this stuff just bombarding my senses. So God knows what it's like for an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old. Do you think there's a link here between this eruption of anxiety that young people are suffering and this constant feed they're getting of dangerous or unsettling or illegal imagery?
Almost all researchers, whether they're coming from the left or the right, have come to the conclusion that it does do damage. And by the way, I want to say I'm kind of more from the left than you guys, and I'm kind of happy we have an issue where we meet here. I think that's healthy, and maybe that's a gift tech is bringing to us. In my view, the root problem here is actually just one law that could be changed that's not serving anybody, and it's called Section 230. And what it does is it treats internet hubs as if they were phone companies instead of publishers. And the problem with that is something nobody saw. I was around when we started this, so I share part of the blame perhaps, but if you remove enough liability from the internet platforms, it means that their competitors can kind of put out the same stuff that they put out. So the only business model they have is to gain what we call network effect, which is a kind of monopoly, and then to sell influence and routing of information, or basically to sell virality through algorithms. And then the problem with that is virality runs on the fight or flight mechanisms of the human brain, and it tends to make everybody a little more nervous and cranky and vain and all of those things. We see it more easily in our ideological opponents, but the truth is it affects all of us pretty equally. So what I'd like to see is just simply to change that law. And I think what you'll see is the good side of social media, which is very real, have more of a chance, and the incentives for the stupid stuff to be reduced. And I think all of us will be happy. And by the way, to my co-panelists, I think you'll do better in business in that world. You might not agree, but I think if it happens, you'll discover that. So I really want to encourage everybody to look at this win-win scenario, which is just getting rid of one stupid law. It's very rare we have such
interesting. Yeah, but I actually think my observation
I don't see how it's
the extremities on social media is the extreme left and extreme right can be as bad as each other with the clickbaiting and the way they go about it. I don't think there's much difference from what I've seen. Seth, let me bring you back on another point, which is how much should parents be taking responsibility for enabling their kids to have the phones to get access to all this stuff?
Well, I think this is where the problem starts. It starts at home. It starts with how parents raise their kids and what they put in front of them. You know, my comment on this when I first saw the hearings happening was that it's certainly these are dangerous platforms. They're dangerous even for adults to be on these platforms, and it's okay for us to have exposure to some dangerous things because we're adults and we know how to deal with it. But what are you doing as a parent, putting something dangerous like that into the hands of your own child and then just setting them free to go use that device while you do your own thing and don't have to worry about parenting your child because they're entertained on this device for hours? That's having very damaging effects on kids. Kids are getting cell phones in their hands when they're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. They're not prepared to encounter the content that they encounter there. The algorithms are designed to suck those kids in and make them addicted to that content. It has very, very damaging effects. So parents, that's the first line of defense is parents. There are plenty of apps that enable parents to control that stuff. Parents shouldn't be putting the devices in their hands in the first place. But they feel pressure to because all the other kids have them. But that's just parenting 101.
Mario, what do you think of that?
They're finding ways around it. It's a lot more complex, Seth. Like, it's always easy to blame the parent, but there's only so much they could do. There's apps to block certain websites, to block certain apps. So there's ways around it. And these children are smarter than their parents in finding ways around it. So I think social media companies, I think
that's the first line of defense, not the whole,
I agree.
it's not the whole answer.
Agree. But what's happening here is that this hearing is focusing on the social media companies censoring the children, which I think there should be some level of censorship. But I think censorship isn't the solution. I think focusing on the source is the solution. I remember Elon Musk was talking about this when no one was, and he was being criticized for it. We did a space about it in the early days, and no one really cared about it. The media barely covered it. Now suddenly it's a big deal. Great. Finally, they're paying attention after Wall Street Journal and other publications did analysis on this. But now starting to talk about the only solution being social media companies censoring further, more than the censorship that we have now, rather than focusing on the source itself, is I think going to lead to bigger problems. We're just seeing it's like everything is solved through censorship, and I think that's dangerous.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point. Jaron, let's talk about one social media platform in particular, because it's the biggest news source now for young people in the world. It's TikTok. And of course, it originates from China. A lot of concern about what may be going on there, what the Chinese may be up to. A lot of concern about the effect it's having on society and on young people in particular. What do you think of TikTok?
Oh my God. Look, I'm about to trash TikTok, so I want to put in one positive sentence. I actually like a lot of the stuff on it. I like TikTok dance culture. Hate me if you want for that. So I'm not anti-youth culture, but I mean, my God, look at the difference between the version of TikTok in China and the version externally. One is obviously designed to improve society, and one is designed to harm society. Because we don't get access to the data, because the thing's a black box ultimately, it's almost impossible to really, really know what's going on, what's intentional, what's sneaky, and what's not. I have talked to prominent people in Chinese government and industry circles who bring up their century of humiliation, the Opium Wars, and I get the impression that for some in China, this might be viewed as kind of fair play, of a kind of reflecting back to us what was done to them in what was for them a very recent memory, even though for us it feels pretty obscure. But I can't know. This is the thing that's so frustrating, is that there is really no way to know for sure what's going on, except we can say that uniformly people who study it think that TikTok is mostly doing harm. Yeah. It's obviously it's a mixed story. There's some good stuff on it, but I just think it's intolerable. I think it's a horrible thing, and something has to be done about it. I don't like censorship any more than my fellow panelists do, but I also think we can remove the business incentives for the worst content, which is a different issue, and at least that ought to help a lot.
Well, one thing I think that does help is talking about it, and I appreciate all three of you joining me for a really interesting panel. Thank you very much indeed.
That was an interesting panel. Sorry, give me a second. I will be right there for another clip. I'm just trying to work on a project, so I want to save an old book, and I know you're probably not supposed to do this to antique books, but this one is worth it to me, and it's really falling apart. So now it's all plastic. It's wonderful. Except it's messy. It's a messy process, but I will get it. We will get this.
Iran's president is responding for the first time to America's threats of retaliation after the deaths of three U.S. service members in Jordan. Those soldiers will be honored in a dignified transfer ceremony today, and President Biden plans to be there. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House this morning tracking all of it for us. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony. Iran's president says it'll respond to anyone that bullies his country, and that solemn ceremony honoring those fallen American soldiers will be held this afternoon as the families are allowing it to be seen by the public. Speaking Thursday at the National Prayer Breakfast, President Biden paid tribute to the three soldiers killed in the Jordan attack, Sergeants William Rivers, Kennedy Sanders, and Breonna Moffett.
They risked it all, and we'll never forget the sacrifice and service to our country, but the dozens of service members who were wounded and are recovering now.
As for the U.S. response to the attack,
it's time to take away even more capability than we've taken in the past.
U.S. officials tell CBS News that targets in Iraq and Syria have been approved, including against Iranian personnel and facilities in those countries. And Iran's president, Ebrahim Raisi, responded today, saying Iran won't start a war, but will respond strongly to anyone who bullies it. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says this time will be different. Retaliatory strikes launched in response
Some things are just not fair.
recent attacks.
They have a lot of capability. I have a lot more.
Walking with a limp into the Pentagon briefing room, it was Austin's first meeting with reporters since his hospitalization in December. He also said he apologized directly to President Biden for keeping his fight with prostate cancer a secret.
We did not handle this right. I did not handle this right. I should have told the president about my cancer diagnosis. I should have also told my team and the American public. And I take full responsibility. I apologize to my teammates and to the American people.
As far as the status of Secretary Austin's health is concerned, he said he's still dealing with leg pain but is going to physical therapy, and that doctors are confident he will continue to improve. Tony.
Ed, in other news tied to the region, President Biden issued this executive order yesterday sanctioning 4 Israelis. These are settlers, people who are living inside the lines of what could be a future Palestinian state, seen as an obstacle to peace. What's it all about?
Yeah, it means the U.S. can now sanction any settlers or anyone else who commits or threatens violence or destruction of property in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. In essence, it reiterates U.S. support for the so-called two-state solution, or a separate Palestinian state. We should note, the White House announced this new executive order on Thursday as the president was visiting swing state Michigan, home to a sizable population of Arab American and Muslim Americans upset with the president's continued support for the war that resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians. Tony?
Show of seriousness as well as the U.S. tries to broker this peace deal. Ed, thank you very much.
I'm just trying to fix something. Might see if there's something I can order in bulk to do this. And then I'll have to reorganize all this. But they'll be great. They're almost going to be their own kind of tarot cards. So it's a good project. My book's falling apart, so. And we're going to go back to Hump Day. Where was I? Scroll down. The little Asobo one. Okay. Okay, scrolling down. I could actually pull up a whole other one, but I know I wasn't quite through all of this one last night. Let's just pull up a few more. I know I pulled up some of this last night. It's just finding where I was. And I'm going to have such cute pillowcases and everything. I'm so excited. They're going to turn out so well. And this one's going to turn out somehow. Okay, it's just going to load. I think I remember. Okay. Yeah. I'm not, yeah. Yeah, and see, yeah, this is where we picked off. Let's just go to this one. I'm sorry for Freeland. No, I already did this one. You are saved from the bell. We are going to go on to this one.
Well, this was the question period of all question periods. Justin Trudeau has actually snapped, lost his mind, started yelling obscene things. And
I know I played this one yesterday, but I'm still trying to process it.
Video, everybody. Before we get into it, I want to encourage you all to smash that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet already. Really helps grow the channel.
Actually, no, I'm going to save this one. You can find it on my blog. I'd rather go on to this one because I thought this was so cool.
Here is what looks like an ordinary spool of thread. It dates from 1861, but if you look closely, it's not just any old spool of thread. It contains a very tightly rolled up secret message.
So I'm going to gently use my tweezers to kind of
very cool,
and see if it might move. All right, we have our message. I'm going to see if I can unroll it. It feels a bit soft, but not too brittle. So the next step here would be working with the curator to make sure that this can be imaged as is. The goal is to replace the message back inside the spool because that really helps retain the authenticity of the item.
It says, "Sir, move instantly with the artillery companies upon Bravo Santiago." So these are the instructions how to transport pieces of artillery out of the state. And there is a note that somebody supplied that said that this is how the Union officers exchanged secret messages.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty damn cool. Yeah, okay. I did Polyev yesterday. I was on to Tommy Robinson.
Because you walked over, you was going to do something. I've got to do it then, right? Yeah. Fucking do it then. Sterling, then you do. What's Sterling? That's your arse, fuck off. Your arse went fuck off. Fuck off. That's Sterling. That's fuck off. Tommy, that's see you later. Fuck off. You ain't going to smash no one. No one's going to smash me. Not on your own way. Not on your fucking own way.
Yeah, that happened. And you know what? This is a perfect way to close out my stream. A beautiful shot of Vancouver Island. Thank you for joining me. It's Cryptomeria. I really want to do my hair and work on my blanket. So thank you. I might do a stream later. We'll see how I feel. You know, if it helps take my mind off my hand and everything else. Have a wonderful night.